Utale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Prashyata Desatarine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Prashyata Desatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaur Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaur Bhaktivedanta Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaur Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Bolo Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Whoa. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Everyone together, Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. So Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram. Bolo bolo. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Bolo Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare. Bolo Hare Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Gopal. Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya 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 Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Shri Radhe Jaya. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya. Jaya Gauranita Jaya Gauranita Gauranita Jaya Gauranita Jaya. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya. Oh Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya, Gurudev, Jaya. Jai Gaur Premanande.
Hari Hari Bo. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. Dear devotees, welcome to Bhaktivedanta Manor. Here in the Sri Krishna Haveli, celebrating Gita Jayanti 2025. Haribo! So this is our annual dose of, a bit loud, our annual dose of the Bhagavad Gita. This month is special because this month marks the anniversary of Krishna speaking the Gita to Arjun. This month is special because this month marks the month where all over the world devotees from the Hare Krishna movement ISKCON inundate the globe with the distribution of the Bhagavad Gitas. Very soon, the beginning of Jan, we'll be having the festival of Sankirtan. And we will hear how globally we have done amazing astronomical numbers of Gitas going into doors, going on the high streets, going into shops, hospitals, prisons, everywhere. So we inundate. Very enthusiastically, we celebrate this occasion of the Bhagavad Gita. And as the month comes to a close, we gather here, recite the entire 700 verses of the Bhagavad Gita, and really let this word of Krishna penetrate deep, deep, deep into the heart. Devotees, we like to say this is your year-end recharge of the Bhagavad Gita. But I want to pray that this is not only a recharge, but this is your power bank of the Bhagavad Gita, which you can take into 2026. So we're very fortunate that we can gather together like this in the presence of the fire, in the presence of our senior devotees, here in the presence of Sri Sri Radha Gokulananda Bhagavan, Srila Prabhupada, our teacher and founder, and meditate on Krishna and the words of Krishna, making our life better and thus making this world a better place. Can I ask everyone to please fold their hands? As your hands are folded, if you know these prayers, you please chant with me. If you do not know these prayers, these are the Mangalacharana prayers, prayers that are chanted before embarking on a spiritual ceremony, ritual, performance, offering to Krishna. So we can chant together. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakayah Chakshurunmilitam yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam yena bhutale Swayam Rupa Kada Mahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Gurau Shri Yutha Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhan Vitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Deenabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadhi Paschatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Shri Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Om Tat Sat. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm welcome. It will get nice and warm in here. So if not now, you will feel the warmth very soon. A couple of housekeeping rules. Firstly, can we ask everyone who's on the carpet, who has space around them, to please move forward. We will have devotees coming in later, just so we can facilitate them. If we can ask everyone to please come forward. Secondly, mobile phones. This is a broadcast event, so please, we ask you all to please put your phones on silent or on flight mode. As there's quite a few of us in this hall today, we ask you to kindly at all times leave the fire exits free. So that's the doors at the back, on the two ends, on the sides, and these two doors here. Please leave accesses free at all times. On between the two seating spaces as well, on both sides, we have an alley where we ask you to please ensure that is also left clear so there is no risks. We want to start this event with blessings. We want to invite our very own Nilamadhava Prabhu, who is looking after the management of the temple in its all various aspects. So we'll ask him to please come on stage, say some words of blessings before we invite our speakers. Thank you. Please give it up for Nilamadhava Prabhu.
Jai Vancha Kalpatrubhascha Kripa Sindhu Bhaivacha Patitanam Babunebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take this opportunity to, on behalf of all the Vaishnav devotees here at Bhaktivedanta Manor, thank you so very much for attending this Bhagavad Gita Jayanti. Oh, I get a garland. Purna Purushottam Swayam Bhagwan. 5,150 plus, 51 and a half centuries have passed since the recitation of the Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita, not Bhagavad, Bhagavad. Winter, so many winters have passed, upon which within 18 days, over 5.76 million Kshatriyas perished. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, Srila Prabhupada mentions to us that 640 million entities perished. So from this we can understand that this body is actually pretty useless in Kali Yuga. The only thing we can do is chant the holy name of the Lord. And so the prayer which we have here at Bhaktivedanta Manor to their Supreme Lordships, may their Supreme Lordships, Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda, Shri Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman, Gaur Nitai Bhagwan, and Jagat Guru Shri Prabhupada, may they bestow their blessings, their mercy, and protection onto all of us today and all the eternal days yet to come. This is our prayer. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our senior Vaishnavas over here, Kripamoya Prabhu sitting there, Mother Guru sitting there. Their presence is so very much important to us. And of course, we have these huge screens which will be used very well. And this is the inspiration of our Swayam Bhagwan Keshav Swami Maharaja Ki. We're very much indebted that Maharaj has come here specifically during this marathon period of book distribution and also the Gita Jayanti. And he will continue Gita Jayanti for many, many, many more years to come here in Sri Krishna Haveli. So once again, thank you so very much for attending Gita Jayanti 2025. Ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Nirmada Prabhu. So this year again, Bhaktivedanta Manor presents the Gita Jayanti Maha Yajna, where we have our priests, we have our reciters who we've been hearing and so easily following through the 700 verse recitation. But we are very, very fortunate this year because time is cyclical. Sometimes we have the good phases, sometimes we have the not so good phases. But today, this time of year, we have the good phase because our very dear Swam Bhagwan Keshav Swami, who would otherwise be in Harvard University, is here with us, here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. So Maharaj doesn't really need an introduction, but we've read his books, we've heard his lectures, we've seen him all over social media. We may know him before he took sannyas as well. He's been reciting Gita Jayanti for many, many years, giving us the ever-sweet nature of the Bhagavad Gita. Many times we may feel, oh, I've read, now I'm done. But for all these years, every year, Keshav Swami presents the Gita in a way which opens more and more doors for us to understand and relish the Gita. So please, a resounding, loud welcome with 3 big Haribols to invite Keshav Swami on stage. Haribol! 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 Just be ready.
This is not. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much. One more time, a massive Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. Are you happy to be here? Yes. Me too. Boston is -10 at the moment. But for more spiritual reasons, I'm so happy to be here with you again for Gita Jayanti and to share with you, to discuss with you, to learn with you, and to be inspired with you by Krishna's immortal words of wisdom. Before we begin, we offer our hearts and minds to Sri Sri Radha Gokulananda, whose service is our life and soul. We offer our respects to His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, who with deep compassion, clarity, and incredible creativity shared the message of the Bhagavad Gita with the whole world. I offer my respects to all my spiritual teachers. I offer my respects to Kripamoya Prabhu, Mother Guru, who are guides and great inspirations, such a support. And I offer my respects to all of you. I hope that today we will experience something wonderful as we discuss this beautiful gift that Krishna has given us, the Bhagavad Gita. So are you ready? Okay, wonderful. So I'm going to give a little bit of an introduction just to kind of orientate us as we move forward with Gita Jayanti. And well, what to say? The Bhagavad Gita occurs at the end of the Mahabharata. And it's very interesting that Gita Jayanti is always at the end of the year, because every year feels like a bit of a Mahabharata, isn't it? Put your hand up if you have had a Mahabharata of a year. Okay. Yes, in the Mahabharata there is romance. Maybe some of you had some romance this year. Shadi.com. Maybe some of you had some injustice done to you this year. Maybe some of you experienced some conflict, some disagreement, some division. Maybe some of you experienced mortality and death and loss of a loved one. These are all ingredients of the Mahabharata, and each one of you in this room have your own Mahabharata. But for all of us, there's only one Bhagavad Gita. Because no matter how many Mahabharats and all the variations that happen, the answers are the same. And therefore, every year we return here to discuss together this incredible wisdom. Now, it's not easy because we're here for many hours. And somehow or other, I have to try to keep you awake. Once there was a priest, he had given lectures his whole life, speaking about God. At the end of life, he came to the gates of heaven. He thought, definitely, I spent my whole life speaking about God, and they said, no entry. You have to go back one more time. He was humble, so he turned away, he walked back to the world, and as he was walking back, a taxi driver went past him to the gates, and the taxi driver got in. He turned back, he said, there must be some mistake. This guy's a taxi driver. I spoke about God my whole life. How did he get in? I want to see the top person. So he came in front of God. He said, God, I spoke about you my whole life. God said, when you spoke, people just went to sleep. He said, what about this taxi driver? How did he? He said, God said, when he was driving, people were praying. So dear friends, don't make me become a taxi driver with dodgy driving skills to get back to Krishna. Please listen. Please open your hearts. The message of the Gita is very, very simple. It's very simple. But you have to open your heart. See, another time a disciple came to the guru, a king came to his guru. And the king said, I've got so many problems. The guru said, it's simple. Just read Bhagavad Gita. He said, look, I don't have time to read the Bhagavad Gita. It's too long. So the guru said to him, all right, then you just read the translations. He said, I don't have time. He said, okay, just read the 18th chapter. He said, I have no time. He said, okay, just read 1866. The king said, no time, just tell me what's the essence of it. And the guru looked at him and said, the essence of the Bhagavad Gita is simple. Ma sucha. Don't worry about anything. And the king looked at him and he said, it's easy to say, but how do you do it? He said, that's why I told you to read the other 18 chapters. So dear friends, all of you are sitting here. The message of the Gita is simple. Ma sucha. Don't worry about anything. But you'll have to sit here for the next 6 hours to figure out how to get to that point. And therefore the Gita's message is very, very simple, very, very beautiful. So other day I was holding the Gita thinking, what shall I share with all of you? And as I was holding the Gita, this beautiful book we have here, translated by Srila Prabhupada, I was remembering Arjun. And I was thinking, unless we have the desperation of Arjun, look at Arjun, his tears, his dejection, his disappointment. Srila Prabhupada says his depression. Unless we have that in our heart, we won't be able to understand the Gita. They say when you're happy, you hear the music. But when you're desperate, you hear the lyrics. Isn't it? So, Arjun was desperate. He was right next to Krishna, very close to Krishna, but still no solutions. Don't think that just being close to Krishna is enough. Culturally, you may be close to Krishna. Geographically, you may be close to Krishna. But if you don't hear from Krishna, Krishna says you'll be lost. And therefore, Arjun is lost. He has this depression. And what does he say?
Na cha shaknomyavasthatum
Bhramati
भ्रमति
vacha me manaha nimitani cha pashyami viparitani keshava. I didn't just choose this verse because it has Keshava in it, by the way. Just a disclaimer there. Bhramati va. Arjun is saying, I'm completely lost. I'm completely desperate. Vipari tani keshava. In all directions, I'm looking at life and I see no meaning. I see no purpose. How can I continue on? Arjun is saying, I'm reeling in grief. And therefore, unless we understand this desperation, unless we embody this desperation, you can't read the Gita. Therefore, people have the Gita. Some of them read the Gita, but few understand it because you have to be desperate. Today, I want to share with you that there will be a point in everyone's life where you feel that desperation. There will be a point in life when you have your Arjun moment, this moment. And what will keep you going? Arjun can't keep going. But after hearing the Gita, he can keep going. In your life, you will feel there are points where you can't keep going. You lose your vision. And what will keep you going? Today, we're going to have a variety of flavors. Some things I will say, hopefully, will be inspiring. Some things will be educational. Some things will be funny. But some things will be shocking. And today, I'm going to begin by sharing one of the shocking moments in history with all of you. This is a map of Germany. This is a map of Germany in the 1940s. As you can see, in this map of Germany and the surrounding countries, there are a series of yellow dots. Do you know what each one of these yellow dots represents? Each one of these yellow dots represents a concentration camp, a death camp. We have to face up to the fact that there was a point in history where one group of people thought that another group of people, namely in this case the Jewish people, were not human, that they were in some way polluting the rest of the population, and this one group of people had to be killed. And therefore, death camps were opened up, thousands of them. In some of these death camps, 1,000 people were killed every single day. This is shocking. How could this happen in the history of the world? People saw their mother, their father, sometimes their own children, sometimes their brothers, sisters, their friends killed right before their eyes. This is one of those death camps, Auschwitz. In this place, 1 million Jewish people were killed. Trains would arrive on these train tracks, and they would go through that entrance. And when people would come off the trains, they would line up. And at the end of the line, some of them would go left, and some of them would go right. The ones who went left were killed on that very day. And the ones who went on the right were given hard labor until they were no longer useful, and then they were killed. A rare few people survived this experience, and one of those people became very famous. His name was Viktor Frankl. He witnessed his whole family die in front of him. He witnessed the most desperate of situations. He witnessed the most shocking things, but he survived. And after he came out, he asked himself the question, what keeps us going? What keeps us going through the roller coaster journey of life? And he realized there's only one thing that man needs. Man needs meaning. When you have meaning, when you have purpose, when you can understand in every single situation, in every single experience, event, and emotion of life, there is a meaning. When you have meaning, you can continue. Arjun has lost his meaning, so he can't continue. In our life, we may lose our meaning and feel we can't continue. Therefore, meaning is the most important thing. Please take a look.
Auschwitz, the Nazi death camp where more than 1 million people, mainly Jews, were murdered. People with families and friends. Ordinary people robbed of their future. Each had their own unique story of how they came to be at Auschwitz. Only a minority survived. And today, decades later, very few can explain what happened there.
Most of us have never been in the concentration camp experience. We've never had to go through that horror and tragedy, and so one would think that today it would be easier to find meaning in life. And yet, I sense that it's more difficult in a sense today than it was in years past. Do you think that?
You're absolutely right.
Well, why is that?
Because we are living in a society, either in terms of an affluent society or in terms of a welfare state, as we in Austria are living in. Anyway, these types of societies virtually, or at least they are out, virtually to satisfy and gratify each and every human need, except for one need, the most basic and fundamental need operant in man, the need for meaning. Consumer societies even creating needs, but the need for meaning, or as I'm used to referring to it, the will to meaning remains unfulfilled. It's what I'm used to calling recently the unheard cry for meaning. You scarcely will find any reference to what is the most fundamental and basic concern of man. Neither pleasure nor happiness, nor power or prestige, but originally and basically his wish, his desire to find and fulfill a meaning in his life, or for that matter, in each single life situation confronting him. And if there is a meaning to fulfill, if he's aware, if he becomes cognizant of such a meaning, then he's ready to suffer, he's ready to offer sacrifices, he's ready to undergo tension, stress, and so forth, without any harm being done to his health.
The soul is looking for meaning. Viktor Frankl here, who you heard speaking, said he could survive even the most shocking of situations because in everything he was seeing that there was meaning. Later on, he wrote this book, Man's Search for Meaning. And it's very relevant to us today because the Bhagavad Gita is Arjun's search for meaning. And more importantly, for us, the Bhagavad Gita is our search for meaning. Now you may say, well, you're talking about meaning. Of course I have meaning. I've been living so many years in this life. I've been achieving things, doing things. Of course I have meaning. Today, I would invite you to ask yourself a deep question. Do I have meaning? Do I really have deep meaning? And in order to explore this, I'm going to do an experiment with all of you. Are you ready for an experiment? Are you really enthusiastic? Okay, so I want you to give a massive round of applause to my friend Rick. He's going to come on stage. Give him a round of applause. Louder, louder.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
And with Rick, we're going to do some experiments on the truth to see whether we actually have meaning.
Right, so, ladies and gentlemen, as Maharaj just said, we're all searching for something. And today, we're going to uncover one of life's greatest mysteries, what we're searching for. So, through the experiments, and with Maharaj's guidance, we'll figure this out. But first, I want to draw your attention to this table. Camera 3, please. And here we have a whole bunch of different letters, a whole assortment, as you can see. Now I need a member of the audience to help me pick some of these random letters, because on one side are the letters, on the other side are things that people attach meaning to. It could be anything. It could be caring for the public, it could be caring for nature, all sorts of things. Perhaps, madam, would you mind helping me? That's okay. Please give her a round of applause. If you're at the front, I probably will pick you. So let's gather these up. So here we go. Well, that's okay. Thank you. Right, and your name is? Parita. Okay, nice to meet you, Parita. Okay. Right, so as I said, on one side are all of the things that people attach meaning to, right? And then on the other side are the letters. All I need you to do is just to say stop. Right there? Okay, so we choose one here. Let's do that again. We'll do that a few times. And again. Right there? Okay, and over here. Just going to give it a quick shuffle too. Okay, and this time, I just want you to say stop. Again. Yeah? Okay, put one there. And then just one more time. Quicker. Right there? Okay. So we'll take that there. So there we go. We've got 4 random things that people attach meaning to, as you can see, in life. Thank you so much for your help. You give our friend a round of applause, please. So Maharaj, what does this mean?
Can you read it out? What is the meaning that they ascribe?
A successful career, caring for family, teaching others, adventure and travel.
According to Bhagavad Gita, this is not the meaning. These are useful, these are noble, and these can be utilized. But to understand meaning, you have to go deeper. You have to look at what's behind all of this. You have to look at what all of this is aimed towards. And therefore, I would suggest that if you really want to find meaning, what you need to do is turn those cards around.
I see. Can we get camera 3 again? Thank you so much. So let's go deeper behind all these things. Oh, it all starts to make sense. It all makes sense. Thank you, Marge.
Another round of applause for Rick.
Okay.
There you have it, folks. Krishna is talking to us today. If you really want to find meaning, then you have to look beyond just the immediate goals that you have. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is explaining through conversations. The Bhagavad Gita is 18 chapters long, isn't it? And how many verses? 700. From chapter 1 to chapter 18. There are different conversations going on. The outermost conversation is between Dhritarashtra and Sanjaya. And that begins in the very first verse, and that conversation ends in 1878. But then there is a conversation inside of that, and that conversation is between Arjuna and Krishna. And that begins in 27 and ends in 1873. But did you know there's a conversation even between this? And this is the conversation between the soul and God. This conversation, the first one, is the outer conversation. That takes place in Hastinapur. This one is the inner conversation. That takes place in Kurukshetra. But this is the ultimate conversation, and this takes place in the heart. Because in every single person's heart, at one point there will be a doubt. And at one point there will be questions of meaning. Who am I? What am I doing? And what's the ultimate goal of all of these things that I'm working so hard for? That doubt will come to everyone. And you know what 99.9% of people will do? Is they will ignore the doubt and just carry on with life. But 0.001% will explore the doubt. They'll question the doubt. And they'll turn to the conversation of the Bhagavad Gita to find answers, to find out how to resolve their doubt, and to find meaning. Because remember, if you have meaning, you can deal with anything in life. If you're successful, but you don't have meaning, you will become extremely disappointed. And if you go through pain, but you have meaning, then you will emerge as a very wise soul. And therefore, Bhagavad Gita doesn't begin until and unless there is jigyasa, unless there is inquisitiveness and curiosity, unless there is a search for meaning. And so, what we will explore today is how Krishna will give Arjuna meaning. And to answer the question, what is my meaning? You have to answer 5 other questions. You have to answer the question, who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? How long am I here for? And what is beyond all of this? If you understand the answers to these 5 questions, which are given by Krishna in the 5 topics of the Gita, you will understand your meaning. And when you understand your meaning and you wake up in life, you will see life in a completely different way. And therefore, this is what we will do today. We will begin with Jigyasa, and we will go through each one of these 5 topics. Hare Krishna.
You should all have a Gita, the ones with the verses, or your own copy of the Bhagavad Gita. I know some of you have been carrying the Gita for the last 20 recitations. So if you please open, we'll be chanting the Gita Mahatmya. We will also invite our reciters on stage. Today we have a special group from our Krishna Club. We have the senior students of our Krishna Club. We have Purbhasha, who is only 15 years old. We have Avni, who is 14 years old. Ahona, who is 15 years old. And Chaitanya, who is 14 as well. Leading them all, we have Her Grace, Bharti. Ladies and gents, can we please put our hands together for Bharti and her team? We also want to show our respect to the senior devotees who are present here. So we'll ask for Kripamoya Prabhu and Mother Guru to be garlanded, please. We also like to show respect and honor to our priests. So we'll invite Partha Prabhu to please come and garland our priests as well. As the priests are igniting the sacrificial fire, we'll be reciting the Gita Mahatmya. Gita Mahatmya is a series of prayers glorifying the Bhagavad Gita. So as we chant these verses, glorifications of the Bhagavad Gita, we set the tone so we can get the blessings to recite the entire text. So if you please light the fire, Jagannath Ram Prabhu, Ayodhyapati Prabhu. Just a couple of logistics. Firstly, we do have devotees still coming in, so if you have space, please move forward. Please move forward. You'll get more support from the people around you, so it'll be more comfortable as well. But please move forward, give space for more devotees to come and join. We also have 3 cars that are blocking other cars in the car park. This is on the geo grid. So we have a Toyota Yaris LX14. Please, if you can move your car, you're blocking others. We have a VW Passat PL10. And we have a Range Rover Velar YS71. I know you don't want to lose your spot. We'll hold your spot. Please go and remove your cars. Kindly, you'll be causing more difficulty and maybe a Kurukshetra battle out there as well. So please be kind and take your cars. If you can bring your attention to the screens, we can all recite the Gita Mahatmya together. Gita Shastramidam Punyam Yapathet Prayatah Puman Vishnupadam Avapnoti Bhaya Shokhadivarjitam Gita Dhyayana Shilasya Pranayama Parasya Cha Naiva Shantihi Papani Purva Janma Kritani Cha Maline Mochanam Pumsa Jalasnanam Dine Dine Sakrit Gita Mrita Snanam Samsara Malanashanam Gita Su Gita Kartavya Kimanyai Shastra Vistarehi Yasvayam Padmanabhasya Mukha Padma Vinishritaha Bharatamrita Sarvasvam Vishnu Bhaktrad Vinishritam Gita Gangoda Kampitva Punarjanmana Vidyate सर्वपानेशदो गावो दुग्धगोपालनन्दना पार्थवत्स सुधीर्भोक्ता दुग्धं गीतमृतं महात् एकं शास्त्रं देवकी पुत्रगीतम् एको देवो देवकी पुत्र एव एको मन्त्रस्तस्य नामानि यानि कर्माप्यकं तस्य देवस्य सेवा.
Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Chapter 1. Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So chapter 1. Observing the armies on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. Dhritarashtra Dharmakshetre Kurukshetre Samavita Sava Mamaka Pandavashtreva Kima Kurvata Sanjaya Sanjaya Vacha Drushtva tu Pandavanikam Vyudam Duryodhadastadan Acharya Mupasangamya Raja Vachanam Abravit Pashtraitam Panduputranam Acharya Mahatim Chamum Vyudam Drupada Putrena Tava Shishyena Dhimata Atra Shura Maheshwasa Bhima Arjuna Samayudhi Yudhano Viratascha Drupadascha Maharatha Drushtaketushcha Kitana Kashirajascha Viryavan Puruchit Kunti Bhojascha Sebhyascha Narapungava Yudhamanyushcha Vikranta Uttamaujascha Viryavan Saubhadro Dropadeyascha Sarva Eva Maharatha Asmakam tu Vishishtaye Tani Bodhatvijottama Nayaka Mama Saunyasya Saunyartham Tan Pramimite Bhavan Bhishmascha Karnascha Kripascha Samitinjaya Ashwathama Vikarnascha Somadattistataevacha Anye cha Bhava Shura Madarte Tyakta Jivita Nana Shastra Praharana Sarve Yuddha Visharada Aparayaptam Tadasmakam Palam Bhishma Bhairakshatam Abhyaktam Itvidametesha Palam Bhima Bhirakshitam Ayaneshu cha Sarveshu Yatha Bhagam Avastita Bhishmameva Bhirakshantu Pavanta Sarva Evahi Tasya Sanjayanam Harsham Kuru Vritta Pitamahan Simhanadam Vidautnyoche Shankham Dabno Pratapavan Tata Shankashta Bhairashta Panavanako Mukha Sahasavyapya Anyanta Shashabda Stumalo Bhavat Tata Shveter Hari Yukte Mahati Sanmane Stito Madhava Pandavashchaiva Divyam Shakno Pradagnutu Panchajanyam Vrishikesho Devadattam Dhananjaya Paunram Dabno Mahashankham Bhima Karma Vakodara Anantam Vijayam Raja Kunti Putro Yudhishtira Nakula Sahadevascha Sugosho Manipushpako Kashascha Parameshwasa Shikhandi cha Maharatha दृष्टब्दुं नोरिराटश्च सात्यकी च पराजिता द्रुपदो द्रौपदेयाश्च सर्वशा पृथिवीपते सौभद्रश्च महाबाहो शङ्खां दग्नौ पृथक् पृथक् सघोषो धातराष्ट्राणां हृदयान् विदधारयत् नभश्च पृथिवीं चैव तुमलोऽभ्यनुनादयन् अथ व्यवस्थितान् दृष्ट्वान् धातराष्ट्रान् कपिध्वजा प्रवृत्ते शस्त्रसम्पाते तनुरुद्धं य पाण्डव ऋषिकेश तदा वाक्यम् इदमाह महीपते अर्जुन उवाच सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये स्थापयित्वा वदेता निरीक्षेऽहं योद्धुकामानवस्थितान् कैर्मया सह योद्धव्यम् अस्मिन् रणसमुद्यमे योत्स्यमानानवेक्षेऽहं य एतेऽत्र समागता धार्तराष्ट्रस्य दुर्बुद्धे युद्धे प्रियचिकीर्षवा सञ्जय उवाच एवमुक्तो ऋषिकेशो गुडाकेशेन भारत सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये स्थापयित्वा रथोत्तमम् भीष्मद्रोणप्रमुखतः सर्वेषां च महीक्षिताम् उवाच पार्थ पश्येतां समवेतान् कुरुनिति तत्र पश्य स्थितान् पार्थ पितॄन् अथ पितामहान् आचार्यान् मातुलान् भ्रातॄन् पुत्रान् पौत्रान् सखीस्तथा श्वशुरान् सुहृदश्चैव सेनयोरुभयोरपि तान् समीक्ष्य कौन्तेय सर्वान् बन्धूनवस्थितान् कृपया परयाविष्टो विषिदन्निदमब्रवीत् अर्जुन उवाच दृष्ट्वेमं स्वजनं कृष्ण युयुत्सं समुपस्थितं सीदन्ति मम गात्राणि मुखं च परिशुष्यति वेपशुष्य शरीरे मे रोमहर्षश्च जायते गाण्डिवां संसृते हस्तात् त्यक्त्यैव परिदुह्यते न च शोकमन्यवस्थातुं प्रमतिव च मे मना निमित्तानि च पश्यामि विपरीतानि केशव न च श्रेयो न पश्यामि हत्वा स्वजनमाहवे न काङ्क्षे विजयं कृष्ण न च राज्यं सुखानि च किं नो राजेन गोविन्दं किं भोगे जीवितेन वा येषामर्थे काङ्क्षितं नो राज्यं भोगा सुखानि च तयि मे व्यस्थिता युद्धे प्राणां त्यक्त्वा धनानि च आचार्य पितरः पुत्रास्तथैव च पितामहा मातुला श्वशुरा पौत्रा शैलाधं बन्दिन्यस्तथा एतानुहन्तुमिच्छामि नतोऽपि मधुसूदन अपि त्रैलोक्यराज्यस्य हेतो किं नु मही कृते नियत्य धातराष्ट्राणां कापीति स्यात् जनार्दन पापमेव श्रेयदस्मान् हत्वैतानाततायिनां तस्मान्नारा वयं हन्तुं धातराष्ट्रान् सबान्धवान् स्वजनं हि कथं हत्वा सुखिनः श्याम माधव यद्यप्येते प्रणश्यन्ति लोभोपहतचेतसा कुलक्षय कृतं दोषं मित्रद्रोहे च पातकं कथं हीनैर्मस्माभिः पापादस्मान् निवर्तितुं कुलक्षय कृतं दोषं प्रपश्यद्भिर्जनार्दन कुलक्षय प्रणश्यन्ति कुलधर्मात् सनातना धर्मे नष्टे कुलं कृष्णम् अधर्मोऽभिभमच्युत अधर्माभिभवात् कृष्ण प्रदुष्यन्ति कुलस्त्रिया स्त्रीषु दुष्टासु वार्ष्णेय जायते वर्णसङ्करा सङ्करो नरकायैव कुलघ्नानां कुलस्य च पतन्ति पितरो येषां लुप्तपिण्डोदकक्रिया दोषे रेते कुलघ्नानां वर्णसङ्करकारके उत्स्याचन्ते जातिधर्मा कुलधर्माश्च शाश्वता उत्सन्नकुलधर्माणां मनुष्याणां जनार्दन नरके नियतं वासो भवति अनुशुश्रुमा अहो पतामहात्मापं कर्तुं व्यवस्थिता वयं यद्राज्यसुखलोभेन हन्तुं स्वजनमुद्यता यदि मामपतिकारम् अशस्त्रं शस्त्रप्राणया धातराष्ट्रारणे हन्युस्तन्मे क्षेमतरं भवेत् सञ्जय उवाच एवमुक्त्वा अर्जुनः सङ्ख्ये रथोपस्थ उपाविशत् विसृज्यं सचरं चापं शोकसंविघ्नमानसा इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुनसंवादे अर्जुनविषादयोगो नाम प्रथमोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. Chapter 2, the contents of the Gita summarized. Sanjay Uvacha tam tata kripayavistam ashupurnakulekshanam vishidantamidam vakyam uvacha madhusudana Shri Bhagavan uvacha kutastva kashmalamidam Vishame samupastitam anaryajishtam asvargyam akirtim karamarjuna klebhikyamam swamagnartha naitatvat upapadyate kshudram hrudaya dorbalyam tyaktotishta parantapa Arjunuvacha katam bhishmamaham sankhye dronam cha madhusudana Ishubhi prateyotsami pujaha ravisudana Guru nihatva hi mahanubhavan Shreyo bhuktum bhikshamapi haloke Hatvatagamastu guru nihaiva Punjiya bhogan drudira pratignan Nachaita vidma katnarango gariyo Yadva jaye yadivano jayeyu Yane vahatva najijivishamas Devastita pramukhe datarashtra Karpanya dosho pahatasva bhava Prichami tvam dharma samudacheta Yachreyasya nishitam bruhitan me Shishyaste ham sadimam tvam prapannam Nahi prabhashyami mama panutyat Yachokhamuchoshanam indriyanam Avapya bhuma vavasamadprabhuttam Rajam suranam apichadipatyam Sanjay uvacha Evam muktva rishikesham Gudakesha parantapa Nayotsya iti govindam Uktvam tushnim babhuvaha Tamuvacha rishikesha Prahasanniva bharata Senayorubhayor madhye Vishidantam idam vacha Shri Bhagavan uvacha Ashocha anvashochastvam Pradnya badamshcha bhashase Gatasu nagatasuscha Nanushokchanti pandita Natvevaham jatunasam Natvam neme janadipa Nachaiva na bhavishyama Sarve vayamatha param Dehinosmin yatha dehe Kaumaram yovanam jara Tatate hantaras praptir Hiras tatra namuyati Matra sparshastu kaunteya Shitoshna sukha dukkhada Agama paino nityas Tam titikshasva bharata Yam hina vyatayantyete Purusham purushashabha Samadukha sukham dhiram So amritvaya kalpate Nasato vidyate bhavo Na bhavo vidyate sata Ubhayor api dushtvantvas त्वा अनुस्तत्वतर्षिभिः अविनाशी तु तद्वित्ति येन सर्वम् इदं ततं विनाशमवयस्यास्य न कश्चित् कर्तुमर्हति अन्तवत्त इमे देहा नित्ययुक्ता शरीरिणा अनाशिनो प्रमेयस्य तस्माद्युद्धस्व भारत य एनं वेति हन्तारं न चैनं मन्यते हतम् उभौतो न विजानीतो नायं हन्ति न हन्यते न जायते म्रियते वा कदाचिन् नायं भूत्वा भविता वा न भूया अजो नित्या शाश्वतोऽयं पुराणो न हन्यते हन्यमाने शरीरे वेदा विनाशिनं नित्यं य एनम् अजमव्ययं कथं स पुरुषा पार्थ कं घातयन्ति हन्तिकं वासांसि जीर्णानि यथा विहाय नवानि गृह्णाति नरोपराणि तथा शरीराणि विहाय जीर्णान् अन्यानि संयाति नवानि देहि नैनं छिन्दन्ति शस्त्राणि नैनं दहति पावका न चैनं क्लेदयन्त्यापो न शोषयति मारुता अचेत्योऽयमदायोऽयम् अक्लेद्यो शोष्य एव च नित्यः सर्वगतास्तानुरचलोऽयं सनातना अव्यक्तोऽयमचिन्त्योऽयम् अविकार्योऽयमुच्यते तस्मादेवाविदित्वैनं नानुशोचितुमर्हसि अथ चैनं नित्यजातं नित्यं वा मन्यसे मृतं तथापि त्वं महाबाहो नैनं शोचितुमर्हसि जातस्य हि ध्रुवो मृत्यु ध्रुवं जन्म मृतस्य च तस्मादपरिहार्येते न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि अव्यक्तादीनि भूतानि व्यक्तमध्यानि भारत अव्यक्तानि धनान्येव तत्र का परिदेवना आश्चर्यवत् पश्यति कश्चिदेनम् आश्चर्यवत् तथैव चान्या आश्चर्यवत् चैनमन्यः शृणोति श्रुत्वापि येन देवदैव कश्चित् देहि नित्यमवद्योऽयं देहे सर्वस्य भारत तस्मात् सर्वाणि भूतानि न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि स्वधर्ममपि चावेक्ष न विकम्पितुमर्हसि धर्मादियुद्धात् श्रेयोऽन्यत् क्षत्रियस्य न विद्यते यदृच्छया चोपपन्नं स्वर्गद्वारमपावृतं सुखिनः क्षत्रिया पार्थ लभन्ते युद्धम् ईदृशम् अपचेत्त्वम् इदं धर्म्यं सङ्ग्रामं न करिष्यसि तथा स्वधर्मं कीर्तिं च हित्वा पापमवाप्स्यसि अकीर्तिं चापि भूतानि कथयिष्यन्ति ते वयां सम्भाविता श्वशा कीर्ति मरणादिति रिच्यते पयाद्रनादपुरतं मंस्यन्ते त्वं महारथा येषां च त्वं बहुमतो भूत्वा यास्यसि लाघवम् आवाश्च वादांश्च बहून् वदिष्यन्ति तवाहिता नन्दन्तस्तव सामर्थ्यं ततो दुःखं तरं नुखिं हतो वो प्राप्स्यसि स्वर्गं जित्वा वा भोक्ष्यसे महिं तस्मात् उत्तिष्ठ कौन्तेय युद्धाय कृतनिश्चया सुखदुःखे समे कृत्वा लाभालाभो जयो ततो युद्धाय युज्यस्व नैवं पापमवाप्स्यसि एष ते विहिता साङ्ख्ये बुद्धिर्योगे त्विमां शृणु बुद्ध्या युक्तो यया पार्थ कर्मबन्धं प्रहर्ष्यसि नेहाभिक्रमनाशोऽस्ति प्रत्यवायो न विद्यते स्वल्पमपि अस्य धर्मस्य त्रायते महतो भया व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धि एकेह कुरु नन्दन बहुशङ्खा ह्यनन्ताश्च बुद्ध्यो यो व्यवसायिनां व्यामिमां पुष्पितां वाचं प्रवदन्त्यविपश्चिता वेदवादरथा पार्थ ज्ञानद् अस्तीति वादिना कामात्मना स्वर्गपरा जन्म कर्म फलप्रदां क्रिया विशेष बहुलां भोगैश्वर्य गतिं प्रति भोगैश्वर्य प्रसक्तानां तया परुतचेतसां व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धि समादौ न विधीयते त्रैगुण्य विषया वेदा निस्त्रैगुण्यो भवार्जुन निर्द्वन्द्वो नित्यसत्त्वस्थो निर्योगक्षेममात्मवान् यावनार्थय उदपाने सर्वथा सम्प्लुतो दुःखे तावान् सर्वेषु वेदेषु ब्राह्मणस्य विजानता कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन मा कर्म फलहेतुर्भुर्मा ते सङ्गोऽस्त्वकर्मणि योगस्था कुरु कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा धनञ्जय सिद्ध्यो असिद्ध्यो समभूत्वा समत्वं योगमुच्यते तुरेण अवयं कर्म बुद्धियोगात् धनञ्जय बुद्ध्यो श्रवणमन्विच्छ कृपणा फलहेतवा बुद्धियुक्तो जहातिह उभे सुकृतदुष्कृते तस्माद्योगाय युज्यस्व योगा कर्मसु कौशलं कर्मजं बुद्धियुक्ता हि फलं त्यक्त्वा मनीषिणा जन्मबन्धा विनिर्मुक्ता पदं गच्छन्त्यनामयं यदा ते मोहकलीलं बुद्धिव्यक्तीकरिष्यति तदा गन्तासि निर्वेदं श्रोतव्यस्य श्रुतस्य च श्रुतिविप्रतिपन्ना ते यदा स्थास्यस्य निश्चला समादावचला बुद्धिस्तथा योगम् अवाप्स्यसि अर्जुन उवाच स्थितप्रज्ञस्य तापाशा समाधिस्तस्य केशव स्थितधि किं प्रभाषेत किमासीत व्रजेत किं श्रीभगवानुवाच प्रजहाति यदा कामान् सर्वान् पार्थमनोगतान् आत्मनि एवात्मना तुष्टा स्थितप्रज्ञस्तदोच्यते दुःखेष्व अनुद्विग्नमना सुखेषु विगतस्पृहा वीतरागभयक्रोधा स्थितधीर्मुनिरुच्यते यः सर्वत्र नबिहेनस्तत्तत्प्राप्यं शुभाशुभं नाभिनन्दति न द्वेष्टि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता यदा संहरते चायं कुर्मोर्गानीव सर्वशः इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेभ्यस्तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता विषया विनिवर्तन्ते निराहारस्य देहिना रसर्वर्जं रसोऽप्यस्य परं दृष्ट्वा निवर्तते यततोऽपि कौन्तेय पुरुषश्च विपश्चिता इन्द्रियाणि प्रमाथीनि हरन्ति प्रसवं मना तानि सर्वाणि संयम्य युक्त आसीत् मत्परा वशे हि यस्य इन्द्रियाणि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता ध्यायतो विषयां पुंसा सङ्गस्तेषु विजायते सङ्गात् सञ्जायते कामा कामा क्रोधो विजायते क्रोधात् भवति सम्मोहा सम्मोहा स्मृतिविभ्रमा स्मृतिवंशात् बुद्धिनाशो बुद्धिनष्टा प्रणश्यति रागद्वेष विमुक्तेस्तु विषयान् इन्द्रियैश्चरन् आत्मविषये विधेयात्मा प्रसादम् अधिगच्छति प्रसादे सर्वदुःखानां हानिरस्योपजायते प्रसन्नचेतसु यासु बुद्धिः पर्यवतिष्ठते नास्ति भुक्तिरयुक्तस्य न चायुक्तस्य भावना न चाभावयता शान्तिरशान्तस्य कृतः सुखम् इन्द्रियाणाहि चरतां यन्मनोनुविधीयते तदस्य हरति प्रज्ञां वायुर्नावम् इवाम्बसि तस्माद्यस्य महाबाहो निगृहीतानि सर्वशः इन्द्रियाणि इन्द्रियार्थेभ्यस्तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता या निशा सर्वभूतानां तस्यां जागर्ति संयमी यस्यां जागर्ति भूतानि सा निशा पश्यतो मुने अपूर्यमानमचलं प्रतिष्ठं समुद्रमापा प्रविशन्ति यद्वत् तद्वत् कामायां प्रविशन्ति सर्वे शशान्तिमाप्नोति न कामकामी विहाय कामान्य सर्वान् पुंसाश्चरति निःस्पृहा निर्ममो निरहङ्कार शशान्तिम् अधिगच्छति एषा ब्राह्मीस्थितिः पार्थ नैनां प्राप्य विमुह्यति स्त्रीत्वास्यामन्तकालेऽपि ब्रह्मनिर्वाणमृच्छति ओमिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे साङ्ख्ययोगो नाम द्वितीयोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. So chapter 3, Karma Yoga. Arjuna Uvacha Jayasi chet karmanaste mata buddhi janardana tat kim karmani ghore mam niyojayasi keshava yami shreneva vakyena buddhim moha swaiva me tadekam vada nishchitya yena shreyam mapnuyam. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Lokesmin dvivida nishta pura prokta maya naga jnana yogena sankhyanam karma yogena yoginam na karmanam ararambhar naiskarmyam purushosnuche na cha sannyasanadeva siddhim samadhigacchati nahi kaschit shanamapi jatutishtatya karmakrit कार्यते अवशा कर्म सर्वा प्रकृति चै गुणै कर्मेन्द्रियाणि संयम्य या आस्ते मनसा स्मरन् इन्द्रियार्थान् विमूढात्मा मित्राचारस्य उच्यते यस्त्व इन्द्रियाणि मनसा नियम्य रपते अर्जुन कर्मेन्द्रिय कर्मयोगम् असक्ता स विशिष्यते नियतं कुरु कर्मत्वं कर्म जायो य कर्मणा शारीरात्यापि च ते न प्रसिद्ध्येत कर्मणा यज्ञार्था कर्मणो नत्र लोकोऽयं कर्मबन्धना तदर्थं कर्म कौन्तेय मुक्तसङ्गः समाचर यस्य यज्ञ प्रजा सृष्ट्वा पुरोवाच प्रजापति अनेन प्रशिविष्टव्यम् एष वोस्तित्वकामदुक् देवान् भावयता तेन ते देवान् भावयन्तु वा परस्परं भावयन्ता श्रेया परमवाप्स्यताम् इष्टान् भोगानि वो देवा दास्यन्ते यज्ञभाविता तैरिदन्तन् अभविद्वायो यो भुक्तेस्तेन एव सा यज्ञशिष्टाशिना सन्तो मुच्यन्ते सर्वकिल्बिषै पुञ्जन्ते ते त्वगं पापा ये पचन्त्यात्मकारणात् अन्नात् भवति भूतानि पर्जन्यदन्नसम्भवा यज्ञात् भवति पर्जन्यो यज्ञकर्म समुद्भवा कर्म ब्रह्मोद्भवं विद्धि ब्रह्माक्षरसमुद्भवम् तस्मात् सर्वगतं ब्रह्म नित्यं यज्ञे प्रतिष्ठितम् एवं प्रवर्तितं चक्रं नानुवर्तयति यः अगायो इन्दिरारामो मोगं पार्थस्य जीवति यस्त्व आत्मवृत्ति एव स्यात् आत्मतृप्तश्च मानवा आत्मान्येव च सन्तुष्टस्तस्य कार्यं न विद्यते नैव तस्य कृतेनातो न कृतेनेह कश्चन न चास्य सर्वभूतेषु कश्चित् अर्थव्यपाश्रया तस्मादसक्ता सततं कार्यं कर्म समाचर असक्तो हि अचरं कर्म परमाप्नोति पुरुषः कर्मणैव हि संसिद्धिम् आश्रिता जनकादया लोको सङ्ग्रहमेवापि सम्प्रस्यान् कर्तुमर्हसि यद्यद् आचरति श्रेष्ठस् तत्तत् एव तरो जना स यत् प्रमाण कुरुते लोकस्तद् अनुवर्तते न मे पार्थास्ति कर्तव्यं त्रिषु लोकेषु किञ्चन नानवाप्तमवाप्तव्यं वर्त एव च कर्मणि यदि अहं न वर्तेयं जातु कर्म अन्धतेन्द्रिता मामवर्त्मानुवर्तन्ते मनुष्या पार्थ सर्वशः उत्सिरेयुरिमे लोका न कुर्यं कर्म चेदहं संग्रहश्च कर्तस्याम् उपहन्याम् इमां प्रजां सक्तकर्म विद्वांसो यथा कुर्वन्ति भारत कुर्याद् विद्वां तथा शक्तश्चिकीर्षु लोकसङ्ग्रहं न बुद्धिं वेद जनयेद्य अज्ञानं कर्मसाङ्गिनं ज्योत्सित सर्वकर्माणि विद्वान् युक्ता समाचरन् प्रकृते क्रियमाणानि गुणैः कर्मणि सर्वशः अहङ्कारं विमूढात्मा कर्ताहम् इति मन्यते तत्त्ववित्तु महाबाहो गुणकर्म विभागयो गुणागुणेषु वर्तन्त इति मत्वा न सज्जते प्रकृते गुणसम्मूढा सञ्जन्ते गुणकर्मसु तान् कृष्णविदो मन्दान् कृष्णं विद्न विचालयेत् मयि सर्वाणि कर्माणि सन्न्यासादात्मचेतसा निराशीर्णममो भूत्वा युद्धेश विगतज्वरा यमे मतामिदं नित्यम् अनुतिष्ठन्ति मानवा श्रद्धावन्तो निसूयन्तो मुच्यन्ते ते विकर्मपि ये त्वरेतविसूयन्तो नानुतिष्ठन्ति मे मतम् सर्वज्ञानविमूढास्तान् विद्धि नष्टान् चेतसा सदृशं चेतसे स्वस्य प्रकृते ज्ञानवानपि प्रकृतिं यान्ति भूतानि निग्रहा किं करिष्यसि इन्द्रियस्यार्थे रागद्वेषो विवस्थितो तयोर्न वशमागच्छेत् तो हि परिपन्थिनो श्रेयान् स्वधर्मो विगुणा परधर्मात् स्वनुष्ठितात् स्वधर्मे निधनं श्रेया परधर्मो भयावहा अर्जुनोवाच अत केन प्रयुक्तोऽयं पापं चरति पुरुषः अनिच्छन्नपि वाष्णेय सदा अतीव नियोजिता श्रीभगवानुवाच काम एष क्रोध एष रजोगुणसमुद्भवा महाशनो महापाप्मा विद्धि येनमिह वैरिणं धूमेन व्रियते वह्निर्यथार्दर्शो मलेन च यथोल्बेनावृतोर्गर्भस्तथा तेनेद आवृतं ज्ञानमेतेन ज्ञानिनो नित्यवैरिणा कामरूपेण कौन्तेय दुष्पुरेणानलेन च इन्द्रियाणि मनोबुद्धि अस्याधिष्ठानमुच्यते एते मोहत्येष ज्ञानम् आवृत्य देहिनां तस्मात् त्वम् इन्द्रियाणाद्यो नियम्य भरतर्षभ पाप्नानं प्रजहीयेनं ज्ञानविज्ञाननाशनम् इन्द्रियाणि पराणि आहुरिन्द्रियेभ्यः परं मनः मनस्तस्तु परा बुद्धिः यो बुद्धे परतस्तु सा एवं बुद्धे परं भूत्वा संस्थभ्यादात्मनात्मना जहि शत्रुं महाबाहो कामरूपं तुरासदम् ॐ भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे कर्मयोगो नाम तृतीयोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Okay, everyone getting into the swing. His first few chapters are always getting into the movement. So these first few chapters are very, very powerful. Arjuna is having his dilemma, and Krishna is giving his answers and Krishna is revealing many, many beautiful things to Arjun. Arjun has become a Shishya, his disciple, and therefore he has become Jigyasa. Are you Jigyasa? Are you inquisitive? Are you really questioning? Not just in the head, you have to question in the heart. You have to think of the most difficult time in your life and the questions that were coming at that time. That's when you can hear the Gita. So Arjun has become Jigyasa. He's questioning, what is my meaning? Remember, if you don't have meaning, you can't get through life. And therefore, we need meaning. And so now Arjun is going to be given meaning by Krishna. Arjun is becoming a philosopher. Everyone has to become a philosopher. The question is, how do you become a philosopher? Socrates, who was a great philosopher, said it's very simple. If you want to become a philosopher, just get married. You have to ask questions. Philosophy means love of the truth. So therefore, Arjun is now seeking the truth. And there's one way to become a philosopher. And that one way I can share with you how to become a philosopher is very simple. You want to know? Go home and start looking at your family albums. Sorry, this is the wrong one. It's probably more like this. I invite you today, when you go after Gita Jayanti, go back home and look in your family albums. Go back in time. Go back to who you were 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 40 years ago. And I guarantee you, when you look at your old pictures, you will begin thinking about life. Who was I? Where was I? What experiences brought me to where I am now? Where was God's hand along that whole journey? Immediately you will become very reflective. Sometimes I escape the temple and go back to Wembley. And in Wembley, I go to the park where I played as a kid. I go back to the place where my bike got stolen. I go back to the place where I experienced so many things, and immediately you become very reflective. And therefore, if you want to become a philosopher, you have to go back. So Krishna is now going to take Arjun back. But he's not just going to take Arjun back 10 years, 20 years, 40 years. Krishna is going to tell Arjun there's a longer history than that. This life is just one chapter. And you have lived many lives before. Know, Arjun, that this chapter is just a flash in eternity. And therefore, Krishna will tell Arjun, Ni me vyatitani janmani tava charjuna tanyaham meda sarvani natvam netha parantapa. Krishna will tell Arjun, we've both, me and you, Bahu Janma, we've had many lives. I remember them, but you don't. Now I'm reminding you, Arjun, that you have lived before. All of you have heard this. But how many of us have understood this? Because the moment you understand this, it changes everything. Krishna is saying you lived before. World philosophers and teachers are saying you lived before. Religions across the globe are telling you you lived before. And you know, even science is now telling you you lived before.
I expect that reincarnation is true. After you leave your body on this existence, then you go into some other realm, and after some length of time has elapsed on this earth plane, for some reason you choose to go back. There is a conscious process in selecting the life that you're going to lead, and that you consider different alternatives, and then that you choose someone that I gather that you learn something from.
Reincarnation is a concept that stretches deep into our history and is the central tenet for many pagan and Indian religions, including Buddhism and Hinduism. Billions of people around the world still believe in the idea of rebirth. But is there any scientific evidence to support such claims?
So what they've done is to collect thousands of case studies that support the idea that these kind of past life experiences are vividly remembered and are even correlated with some kind of physical birthmark.
If reincarnation is real, then what might its purpose be? Why do souls repeatedly incarnate?
The soul is required to evolve. It's almost like as a soul, we're required to come into body and we're required to learn. And learning isn't easy.
The implications of reincarnation are no less than profound and could answer some of the big questions humans have been asking since the dawn of time. Who are we and why are we here?
James was born April 10th, 1998. That happened to be a Good Friday. He didn't have any health issues. He wasn't a big crier. He wasn't fussy. He was happy. But it was different when he started having the nightmares. It was about 2 weeks after his second birthday. Cooked dinner, gave him his bath, took him to bed, and that was that until about 3 in the morning, and then I just heard screaming. This was blood-curdling screaming, like someone was killing him. He was saying, "Airplane crash on fire, little man can't get out." And that's what he was repeating over and over. "Airplane crash on fire, little man can't get out."
I had to respond. So I started to ask him some questions. What happened to your plane? It got shot. Well, who shot your plane? The Japanese. Well, how do you know it was the Japanese? And I think he said that night, the big red sun. Where could that come from? How could he articulate something that specific? So I kept going. I said, well, where did your plane come from? And he said, a boat. Did your boat have a name? And he said, yes, Natoma. Here was this history of USS Natoma Bay, CVE 62. The ship supported the Battle of Iwo Jima.
It was, what can you say?
It was a complete mystery. Where could he have gotten that information? How could he say something like that? I had a hard time believing it.
The next day I talked to my mom. I had told her that, this is what's going on with James. These are some of the things that he's saying. And my mom said something that made me stop dead in my tracks. My mom said, maybe he's experiencing a past life.
So this is a very, very famous story. A very, very famous account, one of thousands of accounts of children who remember their previous lives. At the age of 2, this boy, James Leiniger, begins remembering being a fighter pilot in the Second World War. He remembers the name of the army base, the name of the plane. He remembers the name of his fellow colleagues. Later on, as they investigate more, he even goes and recognizes people. How is it possible? When we begin to think that this life is just one chapter, this life is just one identity that I've assumed, but we are something much broader, then this begins to change everything. And this is the first knowledge that Krishna gives to Arjuna. And he's telling Arjuna, I want you to zoom out. The problem in life is that we get too close to things. We think life is like this, but actually, this is the reality. We think our problems are like this, but the moment you step away, you realize this is what your problems are. I failed my exams. You should pass your exams, by the way, but it's okay. There's a bigger story. That person did much better than me. It's okay. It's just a flash in eternity. But this is happening in my life. Relax. All things will pass. The moment you zoom out, the moment you understand the most simple point that Krishna makes in the Gita, you begin looking at life in a very, very different way. And therefore, Krishna is telling Arjuna, Ma Sucha, why are you worrying? You're just here for some time. Do your duty, fight, dedicate it to me, fulfill your purpose as a soul, and then you'll move on. So therefore, this is a very deep teaching. And it's a deep teaching which is being recognized more and more in the world. In India, in the times of India, they reported one person who had a past life memory. And in his past life memory, he remembered who murdered him. This can only happen in India. So the Times of India reported, for the first time in history, someone is a witness in their own murder trial. This is going on. So, we're moving, folks. This body is going to keep changing. This is 16 years in 1 minute. It's all just a flash. Here today, gone tomorrow. The Greek philosopher Heraclitus says, you can't step into the same river twice because it's constantly flowing. And the Bhagavad Gita says you can't breathe from the same body twice because it's just changing. And Krishna says, Dhira statra, namuyati. Relax. Ma sucha. Don't worry. Be sober. Here today, gone tomorrow. So, this teaching of the soul, dear friends, is so simple, you may just miss it. The first thing Krishna does is he establishes the existence of the soul. The second thing Krishna does in the Gita is he establishes the resilience of the soul. Krishna says the soul cannot be burned by fire. It can't be withered by the wind. It can't be broken. It's unbreakable, insoluble. Krishna says, Nahanyate, hanyamane sharire. This body may die. So many things may happen to this mind and body, but your soul remains intact. You are stronger than you think. And Krishna says, every soul has a purpose. Yes, your purpose as a mother. Yes, your purpose as a worker. Yes, your purpose as a friend or a son or a whatever it may be. But you have a deeper purpose as a soul. Remember that. And Krishna says, the soul has a brilliance. Krishna says, some look upon the soul as amazing. Some describe the soul as amazing. Some hear of the soul as amazing. And Krishna says, some, even after hearing of the soul as amazing, can't understand the soul at all. Understand this beautiful point. You are a spiritual being. When you wake up in the morning and you feel heavy, when you feel like there's so much burden on your shoulders, just remind yourself, I am a soul. Here today, gone tomorrow. And don't think, I have a soul. No, no, no. You don't have a soul. You are the soul. This is an important distinction, because if you think you have a soul, then spirituality is just part of your life. But when you realize I am a soul, then what happens is materiality just becomes a part of your life. Yeah, I do my duties here, I do everything I have to do here, I'm on a bigger journey. When you think you have a soul, then what happens, all your roles in life become greater than your identity as a soul. But when you realize, I am a soul, then your identity becomes greater than all of your roles. Dear friends, don't just be religious. This is religious. Krishna is saying, be spiritual. Spiritual, but not religious. Therefore, Krishna will later on say, Sarva dharman parityaja. Give it all up. And remember, you are a soul. And therefore, Arjuna is questioning his meaning. And Krishna says, the first thing you have to understand is that you're a spiritual being. And if you understand that it's all just a flash in eternity, you will look at the life in an incredibly different way. And that is the gift that the Bhagavad Gita is offering us. Hare Krishna.
Chapter 4, Transcendental Knowledge. Bhagavanuvacha imam vivasvate yogam proktavanam mamavyayam vivasvananave praha manur ikshvakave bravit evam parampara praptam imam rajarshayo vidu sakalena hai mahata yoganasta parantapa sa evyam maya tetya yoga prokta puratana bhaktosti me sakacheti rahasyam etaduttamam Arjunuvacha aparam bhavato janma param janma vivasvata katam etad vinyayiyam tvamudo proktavaniti Shri Bhagavanuvacha Bahuni me vyatitani janmani tapacharjuna tanyaham veda sarvani natvam veta parantapa ajovitana vedana bhutanam ishvarokisan prakriti svamadishvara sambhavani atmamayeta yada yada bhidharmasya glani bhavati bharata abhyutanam dharmasya तदात्मानं सृजाम्यहं परित्राणाय साधूनां विनाशाय सुकृतां धर्मसंस्थापनार्थाय सम्भवामि युगे युगे जन्मकर्म च मे दिव्यम् एवं यो वेत्ति तत्त्वतः तत्त्वा देन पुनर्जन्म नैति मामेति सोऽर्जुन वीतरागभयक्रोध मन्मया बहवो ज्ञानतपसा पूतमद्भावमागता ये तामः प्रपद्यन्ते तां तथैव भजाम्यहं मामर्मानुवर्तन्ते मनुष्याः पार्थ सर्वशः काञ्चनाकर्मणां स्थितिं यजन्तरीह देवता क्षिप्रं हि मनुष्ये लोके स्थितिं भवति कर्म च चातुर्वर्ण्यमया सृष्टं गुणकर्म विभागशः तस्य कर्तारमभिमा Vidhi akartaramabhyayam Namakarmani vipanti Name karma phale sriha Iti mam yojanati Karma bhina sabhayate Evam yatva karma Purve api pumushvi Kuru karme vatasmavam Purve purvataram putam Kim karma kim karmeti Kavayo vyarthamodita Tate karma pravakshami Yajna tva mokshase shvat Karmano napi pautavyam Pautavyam chapi karmana Akarmana shabotavyam Kahana karmano gati Karmani karmaya prasye Akarmani cha karmaya Sabhuti mamanushesu Sayukta krishna karmakrit Jasasarvasmarambha Kama sankalpavarajita Jnanadikakarmanam Tamabhupanditam buddha Tyakva karma phalasangam Nityarutto nirashaya Karmani abhipratopi Naiva kinchit karoti sa Nirashiryachitatma Tyaktasarva parigraha Sharyam vedalam karma Kurvana moti kirvisham Yadrishaya lasantusho Vanvati topi matsara Samasidva asidva cha Pritva vinani bhaktite Katasangasya muktasya Yajna vasirichesa Yajnaya chata karma Samagram pravaliyate Brahmana brahmahati Brahmana brahmanahutam Brahmevale kantavyam Brahma karma samaya Devayavale yajnam Yogina parivasate Brahmana apale yajnam Yajne upuchuyati Shotarindriyanyanye Samshamya chuchuyati Shabdani vishayananye Indriyati chuchuyati Sarvejnani karmani Prana karmani chapare Amasamyama yogano Churiti jnanadikite Traya yajnasto yajnas Yoga yajnastata pare Swadhyaya yajna yajnascha Yathaya samsivartata Apane juiti pranam Prane panaya tata pare Pranapana gati rudva Pranayam cha parayana Apare niyatahara Prana prane sujuyati Sarvapyate yajnavito Yajna kshapita kalmasha Yajna shishtamrita bhojo Yanti brahma sanatana Nayam lokasti ajnasa Kuto naya kurusatam Evam bahu vidhi yajnam Vitata brahmano mukhe Karma jan vititan sarvan Evam nyatva vimokshase Shreyadhyayadhyayadhyam Yajna yajna tata pare Sarvam karma khilam partha Jnane parisamapyate Tadviti pranipatena Pariprashnena sevaya Upadekshantite yajnam Jnani tattva darshana Yajnatva napanarmoham Evam yasyasi pandava Yena bhutani asheshani Drakshanatman avdito mayi Api chetasya papebhya Sarvebhya prapakrutama Sarvanyana falainaiva Vrinjatim santarishyasi Yatham dimso smadgulnyo Bhishmasat kurute arjuna Jnanagdi sarvakarmani Vashmasat kurute tata Nahi yajnana sadrusham Pavitram iha vidyate Tatsvayam yoga samsiddhim Kalenatmani vandati Shraddhava labhate jnanam Tatpara samatendriya Jnana labdva paranchantim Achirena adhikacchati Anyascha shraddhadanascha Samshayatma vinashyati Nayam lokastina paro Na sukham samshayatmana Yoga sannyasa karmanam Jnana sanchinna samshayam Atmavantam na karmani Nibadnanti dhananjaya तस्मात् अज्ञानसम्भूतं हृत्स्थं ज्ञानासमात्मना चित्वन्नं संशयं योगम् आश्रितोत्तिष्ठ भारत. Om iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishadsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastra Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Jnana Yogo Nam Chaturto Dhyaya. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Chapter 5, Karma Yoga, Action in Krishna Consciousness. Arjuna Vacha Sanyasam Karmanam Krishna Punar Yogam Samshasi Yachreya Etayorekam Tanme Bruhi Sunishtitam. Shri Bhagavan Vacha Sanyasa Karma Yogascha Nishweyasya Kara Ubho Tayostu Karma Sanyasat Karma Yogo Vishishyate. Nyayasya Nyasya Sanyasi Yo Nadveshti Nakangshati Nirdvandvo Hi Mahabaho Sukham Bandhat Pramuchyate. Sankhya Yoga Pratakpala Pravadanti Na Pandita Ekamapya Astita Samyag Ubhayor Vindate Phalam. Yat Sankhya Pratayat Sthanam Tad Yoger Api Gamyate. Ekam Sankyam Cha Yogam Cha Yapashyati Sapashyati. Sanyasastu Mahabaho Dukkham Aptum Ayogata. Yoga Yukto Mune Brahma Nachirena Gacchati. Yoga Yukto Vishuddhatma Vajitatma Jatendriya. Sarva Bhutatma Bhutatma Kurvanam Apilipyate. Naiva Kinchit Karomiti Yukto Manyeta Tatvavit. Spashyan Spunjan Shushan Jigran Ashnan Gachan Swapan Swasan Pralapan Vishijan Grunan Unmisham Nimisham Api Indriyani Indriyartheshu Vartanta Iti Darayan Brahmantyadhyava Karmani Sangam Tyaktva Karotiya Lipyante Nasapapena Padma Patram Ivam Vasha Kayena Manasa Buddhya Kaivale Vindriyarapi Yogina Karma Kurvanti Sangam Tatvat Sutayet. Yukta Karma Phalatyakva Shanti Mabdoti Naishtikam. Ayukta Kamakarena Phalam Sakto Nibadyate. Sarva Karmani Manasa Sanyasatse Sukham Vashi. Nave Dvare Pure Dehi Naiva Kurvanna Karayan. Nakrutvam na karmani lokasya stutiti prabhu. Na karma phalasam yogam sambhavastu pravartate. Nandate kasya chit papam na chaivam sukritam vibhu. Ajnanena vritam jnanam tena muyanti jantava. Jnanetna tu tad ajnanam yesham nasyam timatmana. Tesham adityavat jnanam Prakashayati tatparam Tadbuddhisyasta tatmanas Tadnishta tatparayana Gachanti punaravrittim Jnana nirduta kalmasha Vidya vinaya sampanne Brahmane kavihastini Sunichaiva chapakecha Pandita samadarshina Ihevite jitar sargo Yesham samyestinatmana Nirdosham hi samam brahma tasmad brahmanite stita. Na priyasheta priyam prapya no dvijeta prapya cha priyam. Stira buddhira sammuro brahma vid brahmana stita. Varyaspeksha asaktatma vidyam atmani yat sukham. Sai brahma yoga yuktatma sukham akshayam ashnute. Yahi samprascha cha bhogo Dukha yoyani evate adityantavantu kaunteya nateshu ramate buddha shaknoti evaha sodum prapsharira vimokshanat kama krodo bhavam vegam sayuktai sanuksikinara yonatra sukho narantasmas tatkrata jyotirevaya sayogi brahma nirvanam brahma bhutadi gacchati. लभन्ते ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं रक्षक्षिण्यकल्मषा छिन्नन्द्वैता यथात्माना सर्वभूतहिते रता कामक्रोधो विमुक्तानां यतीनां यतचेतसाम् अभितो ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं वर्तते विद्यतात्मनां स्पर्शान् कृत्वा बहिर्बाह्यात् चक्षुश्चैवान्तरे भ्रवो प्राणपानो समकृत्वा नभस्यन्तरचारिणो यतेन्द्रियाणि मनोबुद्धिर्मुनिर्मोक्षपरायणा वगच्छेत्पया क्रोधो यः सदा मुक्त एव सा भोक्तारं यज्ञतपसां सर्वलोकं महेश्वरं सुहृदं सर्वभूतानां ज्ञात्वा मां शान्तिरिच्छति ॐ इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे संन्यासयोगो नाम पंचमोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे Chapter 6 Dhyana Yoga Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Anashrita Karma Phalam Karyam Karma Karoti Ya Sasanyasi Cha Yogi Cha Nanyarkirna Chakriya Yam Sanyasam Iti Prahur Yogam Tam Vitti Pandava Nahiya Sanyasa Sankalpo Yogi Bhavati Kashchana आरुरोक्षोर्मुने योगं कर्म कारणमुच्यते योगावृतस्य तस्यैव समकारणमुच्यते यदा हीनेन्द्रियार्थेषु न कर्मानुसज्जते सर्वसङ्कल्पसन्न्यासी योगावृतस्ततोच्यते उद्धारयत्मात्मनात्मानम् आत्मैव आत्मनोर्बन्धुर् आत्मैव रूपेदात्मना बन्धुरात्मात्मनस्तस्य येनात्मैव मनाजिता अनात्मनस्तु शत्रुत्वे वर्तेतात्मैव शत्रुवत् चितात्मना प्रशान्तस्य परमात्मा समाहिता शीतोष्णसुखदुःखेषु तथा मानापमानयो यज्ञविज्ञानतृप्तात्मा कूटस्थो विजितेन्द्रिया युक्तेति उचिते योगी समलोष्टाश्मकाञ्चना स्पृहुन्मित्वा उदासीन मध्यस्ते द्वेषु बन्धुषु सौद्वच अपि च पापेषु समबुद्धिर्विशिष्यते योगी युञ्चित सततम् आत्मानं रहस्यं स्थिता एकाकी यतचित्तात्मा निराशिरपरिग्रह शुचोदेशे प्रतिष्ठाप्य स्थिरमानसमात्मना नाति उच्चरितं नाति नीचं चैलग्नं कुरुषोत्तरं तत्रैकाग्रं मनः कृत्वं यतचितेन्द्रियार्क्रिया उपविशन्ति युञ्जात् योगम् आत्मविशुद्धयेत् समाकार शिरोग्रीवं धारयम् अचलं स्थिरं सम्प्रेक्ष्य नासिकाग्रस्वं दिशा चानवलोकयन् प्रशात्मान् विगतिभिर्ब्रह्मचारी वर्तते स्थिता मनः संयम्यमच्चित्तो युक्त आसीत् मत्परा युञ्जन् एव सदात्मानं योगी नियतमनसा शान्तिं निर्वाणपरमं मत्संज्ञमधिगच्छति नान्त्यमस्ति तु योगस्ति न चैकत्नम् अनश्नता नच्छति न स्वप्नशीलस्य जागृतो नैव चार्जुन युक्तहाराविहारस्य युक्तचेतस्य कर्मसु युक्तस्वप्नबोधस्य योगो भवति दुःखः यदा विनियतं चित्तम् आत्मन्येव विचिष्टता निःस्पृहा सर्वकामेभ्यो युक्तैति उच्यते तथा यथा दीपो निवातस्थो नेङ्गते सोपमा स्मृता योगिनो यतचित्तस्य युञ्जयोगात्मना यत्रो परमात्मे चित्तं निर्धोतं योगसेवया यत्र चैवात्मनात्मानं पश्यन् आत्मनि तुष्यति सुखम् अत्यन्तिकं यत्तत् बुद्धिग्राह्यमतेन्द्रियं वेत्ति यत्र न चैवायं स्थितश्चलति तत्त्वता यं लब्ध्वा च परं लाभं मन्यन्ते नान्तिकं तथा यस्मान् स्थितो न दुःखेन कुरुनापि विचाल्यते तं विद्या दुःखसंयोगं वियोगं योगसंज्ञितं स निश्चयेन योक्तव्यो योगो निर्वण्णचेतसा सङ्कल्पप्रभवान् कामास् त्यक्त्वा सर्वान् अशेषतां मनसैवेन्द्रियग्रामं विनियम्य समन्तना शनैः शनैरुपरमेतद् बुद्ध्या धृतिगृहीतया आत्मसंस्थं मनः कृत्वा न किञ्चिदपि चिन्तयेत् यतो यतो निश्चलति मनश्चञ्चलमस्थिरं ततस्ततो नियम एतत् आत्मनि एव वशं नयेत् प्रशान्तमनसा ह्येनं योगिनं सुखमुत्तमम् उपैति शान्तरजसं ब्रह्मभूतामकल्मषं युञ्जत्येवं सदात्मानं योगी विगतकल्मषा सुखेन ब्रह्मसंस्पर्शम् अत्यन्तं सुखमश्नुते सर्वभूतस्थिमात्मानं सर्वभूतानि चात्मनि ईक्षते योगयुक्तानां सर्वत्र समदर्शना यो मां पश्यति सर्वश्च सर्वं च मयि पश्यति तस्याहं न प्रणश्यामि स च मे न प्रणश्यति सर्वभूतस्थितं यो मां भजते तात्मसास्थिता सर्वथा मरणमानोऽपि स योगी मयि वर्तते आत्मोपेनेन सर्वत्र समं पश्यति योऽर्जुन सुखं वा यदि वा दुःखं स योगी परमो मथा अर्जुन उवाच योऽयं योगस्त्वया प्रोक्ता साम्येन मधुसूदन एतस्याहं न पश्यामि चञ्चलत्मां स्थितिं स्थिरां चञ्चलं हि मनः कृष्ण प्रमाति बलवदृढं तस्याहं निग्रहं मन्ये वायुरिव सुदुष्करम् श्रीभगवानुवाच असंशयं महाबाहो मनो दुर्गेण चञ्चलम् अभ्यासेन नु कौन्तेय वैराग्येण च गृह्यते असंयता मना योगो दुष्प्रापि इति मे मता रसद्मग्नतु यतथा स्वङ्खो वाप्तमुपायता अर्जुन उवाच अयतिशतयोऽपीतो योगच्चलति मनसा अप्राप्य योगसंसिद्धिं कां गति कृष्ण गच्छति कच्चिन्नो वयविभ्राष्टश्चिन्नब्रह्मनिर्निश्यति अप्रतिष्ठो महाबाहो विमूढो ब्रह्मणापति एतन्मे संशयं कृष्ण चेत्तुम् अहर्षशेषता त्वदन्य संशयस्य चेत्तुन्य उपपद्यते श्रीभगवानुवाच पार्थ नैवेह नामृत्वा विनाशात् तस्य विद्यते न हि कल्याणं कृतकश्चित् दुर्गतिं तत्र गच्छति प्राप्य पुण्यकृतान् लोकान् उष्टिष्ट्वा वृष्टिसंसमा शुचिना श्रीमतां गेहे योगो भ्रष्टोऽपि जायते अथवा योगिनामेव कुले भवति धीमता एतद्धि दुर्लभं चारं लोके जन्म यदि दुष्यत् तत्र तं बुद्धिसंयोगं लभन्ते पूर्वदेहिकम् अतते च ततो भूया संसिद्धौ कुरु नन्दन पूर्वाभ्यासेन तेनैव पृथिवी अपि योऽपि सा जिज्ञासुरपि योगस्य शब्दः ब्रह्म विवर्तते प्रयाद्यतमानस्तु योगी संसिद्ध किल्बिषा अनेक जन्म संसिद्धस्ततो याति परां गतिं तपस्विभ्योऽधिको योगी ज्ञानिभ्योऽपि मतोऽधिका कर्माभ्यधिका योगी तस्माद् योगी भवार्जुन योगीनामपि सर्वेषां मद्गतेनान्तरात्मना श्रद्धवान् भजते यो मां समे युक्ता तमो मता ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे ध्यानयोगो नाम Shashtodhyayah. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
So Arjun is on the journey. He has asked the question of meaning, and Krishna has dealt with the question of who he is. For any philosopher, there are two questions to answer. Who am I? But the second question that has to be answered in order to have a vision of how I need to move forward in my life is, where am I? Where are you? In the temple? Where are you? In Watford? In London? In the UK? Where are you? On the planet Earth? What is this environment? If I was to ask you to describe the world in one word, what word would you use? Confusing? Interesting? That's a nice way of saying confusing. What word would you use to describe the world we're living in? Chaotic? Illusory? Challenging? Amazing? Thank you. Some positivity. There are many, many words which we can use to describe the world because there are so many events and emotions that we experience in this world. I'm going to show you a flash of history, the history of the world. Fasten your seatbelts. Some of the pictures will be strong. Some of the pictures may touch your heart. Some of the images may inspire you, because these are all the images that we experience in the world that we're living in. And Krishna is going to now teach Arjuna, what is this world? The world that you interact with every single day.
Like everyone else, I learn about what is going on in the world from the media. Looking at morning newspapers, listening to the radio, and watching television.
New Prime Minister reached its time. A free man.
It's only too easy to conclude that nothing is going right in the world.
Never.
Plane crashes. Earthquakes. Volcanic eruptions. Rats. Wars. Acts of terrorism. Famine. Every individual and every nation have problems. But we need life to go on. Stand up. Everything that we know is right, so that we can show the world that we are not afraid of the future. Everything we do now is helping to shape the world in which our children are going to live. The future is not only about new gadgets, modern technology, or the latest fashion. What matters even more is the way in which those from different backgrounds behave towards each other in everyday life. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it.
There you have it, friends. This is the world we're living in. Beauty and brutality changing at every single moment. In the 10th chapter of the Gita, Krishna is explaining how beautiful the world is. Krishna says, I'm the light of the sun. Of stars, I'm the moon. Of bodies of water, I'm the ocean. Of trees, I'm the banyan tree. Krishna says, I'm the taste in water, the ability in man. Of rivers, I'm the Ganges, I'm the strength of the strong. And then in the 11th chapter, Krishna shows how brutal this world will be, because Krishna shows everything comes to destruction. And therefore, what is the story of this world? Beauty, brutality, and everything in between. Dear friends, don't be surprised by anything you see in this world, because Krishna has predicted it. And realize that everything, as Krishna says, is moving in seasons. Every single year they do a World Happiness Survey. In March of the year, they look at which countries have the most influence, which countries have the most economic stability, which countries have the most governments with the most integrity, which countries have the most opportunities, and they create a World Happiness Table. This was the World Happiness Table in March 2023. Do you see something interesting? Anything stand out to you in this list? Look at this. In March 2023, Israel was said to be the 4th happiest country in the world. 7 months later, just 7 months later, paramilitary wings of Hamas launched a terrorist attack on the territories of Israel, and this was Israel. Beauty to brutality. We're not making a statement on any of the politics here, whether it's the brutality in Israel, whether it's the brutality in Gaza, whether it's the brutality in Ukraine. The practical reality is that everything in this world is in flux. And therefore, Krishna says, beauty and brutality, these are going side by side in the world we're living in. Sometimes you will experience the beauty of life. And sometimes it's so beautiful. Once some people were walking through the Grand Canyon and they were looking at things and they were saying, that's so beautiful, that's magnificent, that's wonderful. And one person said, don't speak. Your words are just not doing justice to the beauty. Better just not say anything at all. Sometimes we see the beauty and there are no words. Your words won't do justice. And you know, sometimes you will see brutality and your words will not do justice. There are no words. And so Krishna says, even in our own lives, there will be beauty, definitely. But no, brutality will also come. That's the nature of the world, constantly in flux. And so, Krishna explains to Arjuna, Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnam Udachyate Purnasyam Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Krishna says, I'm perfect and complete. The spiritual world is perfect and complete. But know that everything that emanates from me, including the material world, is also perfect and complete. Perfect? Prakriti, the material world, which is full of so much brutality, how can it be perfect? Krishna explains to Arjuna the reason you're bewildered by the world is because you haven't understood the purpose of the world. The moment you understand the purpose of the world, then you look at the world in a different way. And therefore, Krishna tells Arjuna, Punarjanma Dukhalayam Ashashvatam Napnuvanti Mahatmanaha Samsiddhim Paramam Gata. Dukhalaya, place of misery. And perfect? Yes. Perfectly imperfect. Perfect for its purpose. Perfect to help us realize, don't stay here. Every good prison pushes you to get out of here. And therefore, Krishna tells Arjuna, understand this world, understand how it's working, understand what its purpose is. Krishna tells Arjuna there are different people. Some people look at the world and they try to enjoy it. If you do that, you'll be frustrated. Krishna says some people get frustrated and then they try to escape the world. Krishna says even that is incomplete. Krishna says you have to engage with the world appropriately. Do your business and then get out. If you romanticize the world and think you're going to create a beautiful situation here, you're in for a shock. And if you try to demonize the world and say there's nothing good here, it's just a waste of time, you'll also be frustrated. Instead, Krishna says, utilize the world and go beyond. Most people, the problem is they're looking at the world through their senses and their sentiment. And therefore, they get frustrated, confused. But Krishna is telling Arjuna, now I'm going to teach you to look at the world through Shastra and the soul. And when you elevate your vision of what this world is, then what will happen? When you become deeper, then what will happen is you'll be able to engage with this world appropriately. So Arjuna has realized, I can't enjoy this world, it just doesn't work. And then Arjuna is thinking, maybe I should just escape the whole thing and get out of here. And Krishna says, don't do either of those. I'm going to teach you how to engage with the world appropriately. And therefore, in teaching Arjuna what is the meaning of life, Krishna first teaches him, who am I? And then Krishna tells him, where am I? These two topics are the first major things that Krishna is teaching, and the first major things that we need to deeply understand. If we don't understand this, there's no question of finding happiness in life. And therefore, this is what Krishna is offering us in the Gita. Hare Krishna.
Ladies and gents, you can do better than that. Please put your hands together and thank Swayam Bhagavan Keshav Maharaj. A newer perspective. Beautiful. Okay, just before we break, we have a couple of announcements. Dear devotees, what we're learning here from Keshav Swami, you all have an opportunity in 2026 to practice, to take some time away from your very, very busy lives and implement these principles in a very beautiful, secluded place here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. A challenge we want to put out there for all of you. If you can give 7 days in 2026, we can make you a monk. Whether even if you're married, chalega, no problem. Also, this is for both men and for ladies. So if you have 7 days, please, the code is here. You can scan this. Otherwise, you can always get the information outside as well. But please meditate on this opportunity. 7 days, take up the Be a Monk challenge. Also, I just wanted to say, we're doing really well on our, collection for Gitas. Just like last year, this year also we look to spread and share the Gitas as much as possible. At the moment, we are on 3,060 Gitas. So thanks to all of you, we have generous 3,060 Gitas sponsored. But in all of this is last year we did 4,000 Gitas. So this is the generous time of the year where the lights are dim but the spirits are high. Please help us get it to at least last year's total, which is 4,000 Gitas. We have garam chai for all of you outside. Please, you don't have to line up in the bakery. The chai will be on the tables. Please take a quick 15-minute break. I'm looking at the clock. At 11:30 sharp, we will resume our recitation. Please, 11:30, we must start again. So please have a quick stretch of legs, go to the toilet, have a garam tea, and be back for the next third of the recitation. Hare Krishna! Yeah. Hare Krishna, dear devotees, can we ask you to please come back to your seats, settle down. We are going to be starting the next part of the recitation. Please come and take your seats. Thank you. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. We can only start once our reciters are here, so please take your seats, please take your seats. Thank you. We'll be doing the next 3 chapters. Chapter number 7, chapter number 8, chapter number 9. Just from those devotees who were here last year, you prefer the 1 chapter gaps or 3 chapters in a go and then a gap? Yeah? 3 chapters are better? Yeah, okay, good. Very good. We ready, Pati? Yes? Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Chapter 7. Knowledge of the Absolute. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Maya Saktamana Partha Yogam Yunjad Madarshaya Asamshayam Samagramam Yatha Jnanasi Chachrunu Jnanam Teham Tavidnyanam Idam Vaksham Yasheshata Yajnatva Neha Bhuyonyat Jnatva Vyamavashishyate Manushyanam Sahasreshu Kaschit Yatati Siddhyaye Yatataamapi siddhanam kaschin mam veti tatvata bhumirapo nalo vayu kammano buddhirevacha ahankaramiti yamme vinna prakritirashtada apareyamitastvanyam prakritim vitti me param jiva bhutam mahabaho tyayedham daryate jagat etat yonini bhutani Sarvani tyupadharaya aham krishnasya jagata prabhava pralayastata mataspars karnyanyat kinchidashti dhananjaya mai sarvamidam protam sutre manigana iva rasoham apsu kauteya prabhasmi shashishuryayo pranava sarvavedeshu shabda kepam nusham nushu Punyo gandha pritivyam cha tejaschasmi vibhavasho Jivanam sarva bhuteshu tapaschasmi tapasvishu Bijam mam sarva bhutanam vitti partha sanatanam Buddhir buddhimatam asmi tejas tejasvinamaham Balam balavatam chaham kamaraga vivarjitam Dharma vivriddha bhuteshu kamosmi bharatarshava yachaiva satvika bhava rajasastamasaschaye matta eva titan vitti natvaham teshu te mai tribir gunamari bhavai eve sarvamidam jagat mohitam nabijanati mamebhya paramavyayam daivi esha gunamahi Mama maya durattaya mameva ye prapadyante maya metam tarantite namam truskritino mudha prapadyante naradana mayaya parutadnyana asuram bhavamashrita chaturvidya bhajante mam Jana Sukrutinarjuna Arto Jignasu Arthati Jnani Cha Paratharshabha Tesam Nani Nitya Yukta Eka Bhaktir Vishishyate Priyo Hi Jnani Nortyartham Aham Sachamama Priya Udara Sarva Evete Jnani Tvatmaiva Me Matam Astita Sahi Yuktatma Mame Vanuttamam Gatim Bahunam Janmanamante Jnanavan Mam Prapadyate Vasudeva Samvamiti Saha Matma Sudurlabha Kamaste Tejutadnyana Prapatyante Na Devata Tam Tam Niyamamam Saya Prakrutya Niyata Swaya Yo Yo Yam Yam Tunun Bhakta Shraddhaya Chitumichati Tasya Tasya Chalam Shraddham Tameva Vidyadam Yaham Sataya Shrataya Yuktas Tasya Radhamahihate Labante Chatata Kama Mayeva Vihita Nahitan Antavattu Phalam Tesham Tadbhavatyalpamedasam Devan Devo Yajo Yanti Madbhakta Yanti Mamapi Avyaktam Vyaktimapannam Manyante Mama Bhuttaya Param Bhavam Ajananto Mama Vayam Naham Prakasha Sarvasya Yoga Maya Samavruta Mudoyam Nabijanati Loko Mama Jamavyayam Vedaham Samatitani Vartamanani Charjuna Bhavishyani Cha Bhutani Mam Tu Vedana Kashana Ishcha Dvesha Samuttena Dvandva Mohena Bharata Sarva Bhutani Sammoham Sarge Yanti Parantapa Yesham Tvanta Katam Papam Jananam Punya Karmanam Te Dvandva Moha Nirmukta Bhajante Mam Dridhavrata Chara Marana Mokshaya Mama Shritya Yatantiye Te Brahma Tadvidu Krishnam Adhyatma Karma Chakilam Sadi Bhutati Devam Mam Sadi Yajnam Chaye Vidu Prayana Kale Picham Mam Te Vidur Yukta Chetasa Om Tat Sat Iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Vijnana Yogo Nam Saptamodhyaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Rama Rama Hare Hare. Chapter 8, Attaining the Supreme. Arjuna Vacha Kim Tat Brahma Kim Adhyatmam Kim Karma Purushottama Adi Bhutam Cha Kim Proktam Adi Devam Kim Uchyate Adi Yajna Kritam Krotra Tehesmin Madhusudana Prayana Kale Cha Katham Nyeyosi Niyatatmabhi Shri Bhagavan Vacha Aksharam Brahma Paramam Swabhavodhyatma Uchyate Bhuta Bhava Bhavatkaro Visarga Karma Sanjita Adi Bhutam Ksharo Bhava Purushashasti Devatam Adi Yajnohamevatra Dehe Deham Vrutam Vara Antakale Cha Mameva Smaran Muktva Kalevaram Yaprayati Samadbhavam Yati Natrasya Samshaya Yam Yam Vapi Smaran Bhavam Tyachatyante Kalevaram Tam Tamevati Kaunteya Sada Tadbhava Bhavita Tasmat Sarveshu Kaleshu Mamanusmara Yuddhacha Mayyar Pitar Manor Bhuttir Mame Vaishyamsi Samshaya Abhyasa Yoga Yuktena Chetasa Nanya Paramam Purusham Divyam Yati Parthanu Chintayan Kavi Purana Manushasitaram Aroraniya Sanusmaretya Sarvasya Dhataram Chintya Rupam Aditya Varnam Tamasa Parastat प्राणायामकाले मनसा चलेन भक्त्या युक्तो योगबलेन चैव भ्रुवोर्मध्ये प्राणवामेश सम्यक् सतं परं पुरुषमुपैति दिव्यम् यदक्षरं वेदविदो वदन्ति विष्यन्ति यद्यतयो वीतरागा यदिच्छन्तो ब्रह्मचर्यं चरन्ति तत्ते पदं सङ्ग्रहेण प्रवक्ष्येत् सर्वद्वाराणि संयम्य मनोरुद्धिनिरुद्ध च मूर्ध्याध्यायात्मना प्राणम् आश्रितो योगधारिणाम् ओमित्येकाक्षरं ब्रह्म व्याहरन् मान्मनुस्मरं यः प्रयाति च जन्देहं स यति परमां गतिम् अनन्यचेतसा सततं यो मां स्मरति नित्यशः तस्याहं सुलभा पार्थ नित्ययुक्तस्य योगिना मामुपैत्य पुनर्जन्म दुःखालयमवशाश्वतं नाप्नुवन्ति महात्माना संसिद्धिं परमां गता आब्रह्म भुवनालोका पुनरावर्तितोऽर्जुन मामुपेत्य तु कौन्तेय पुनर्जन्म न विद्यते सहस्रयुगपर्यन्तम् अहर्यद्ब्रह्मणो विदु रात्रिं युगसहस्रान्तां ते होरात्रविदो जना अव्यक्ताव्यक्तया सर्वा प्रभवत्यहरागमे रात्रागमे प्रलीयन्ते तत्रैराव्यक्तसंज्ञके भूतग्रामस एवायं भूत्वा भूत्वा प्रलीयते रात्रागमे वशा पार्थ प्रभवत्यहरागमे परस्तस्मास्तु भावोऽन्यो व्यक्तो व्यक्ता सनातना यः स सर्वेषु भूतेषु नश्यत्सु न विनश्यति अव्यक्तोऽक्षर इत्युक्तस्तमाहु परमां गतिं यं प्राप्य मां निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम पुरुषा सपरा पार्थ भक्त्या लभस्ते मन्यया यस्यान्तानि भूतानि येन सर्वमिदं तथा यत्र काले त्वनावृत्तिम् आवृत्तिं चैव योगिना प्रयायान्ति तं कालं वक्ष्यामि भरतर्षभ अग्निर्ज्योतिरः शुक्ला षण्मासा उत्तरायणं तत्र प्रयाता गच्छन्ति ब्रह्म ब्रह्म विलोचना धूमो रात्रिसता कृष्ण षण्मासा दक्षिणायनं तत्र चान्द्रमसं ज्योतिर्योगी प्राप्य निवर्तते शुक्लकृष्णे गतीयेते जगतात् शाश्वते मते एकया यात्मनावृत्तिम् अन्वया वर्तते पुनः नैस्ते स्तुति पार्थजानं योगी मुह्यति कश्चन तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु योगयुक्तो भवार्जुन वेदेषु यज्ञेषु तपस्य चैव दानेषु यत् पुण्यफलं प्रतिष्ठम् अत्येति तत्सर्वमिदं विदित्वा योगी परं स्थानमुपैति चाद्यम् ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे अक्षरब्रह्मयोगो नाम अष्टमोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. So chapter 9, the most confidential knowledge. Shri Bhagavanuvacha idam tu te guyatamam pravakshamanusuyave jnana vidjnana sauhitam yajnatva mokshase shubhat Rajavritya Rajaguyam Pavitram Idamuttamam Praktyakshavagamam Dharmyam Susukham Kartumavyayam Ashraddadana Purusha Dharmasyasya Parantapa Aprapya Mam Nivartante Mrityu Samsara Vartmani Maya Tatamidam Sarvam Jagata Vyakta Murtina Matsani Sarva Bhutani न चाहं तेष्वस्थिता न च मत्सानि भूतानि पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम् भूतभुन्न च भूतस्थो ममात्मा भूतभावना यथाकाशस्थितो नित्यं वायुर्सर्वत्र गो महान् तथा सर्वाणि भूतानि मत्सानीत्युपधारय सर्वभूतानि कौन्तेय प्रकृतिं यान्ति मामिकां कल्पक्षये पुनस्तानि कल्पादो विसृजाम्यहम् प्रकृतिं स्वामवष्टभ्य विसृजामि पुनः पुनः भूतग्राममिमं कृत्स्नम् अवशं प्रकृते वशात् न च मां तानि कर्माणि निबध्नन्ति धनञ्जय उदासीन वदासीनो असक्तं तेषु कर्मसु मया दक्षेण प्रकृति सूयते सचराचरं हेतुनानेन कौन्तेय जगत् विपरिवर्तते अवजानन्ति मां मूढा मानुषीं तनुमाश्रितं परं भावमजानन्तो मम भूतमहेश्वरं मोगाशामोगकर्माणो मोगज्ञानविचेतसा राक्षसीमासुरीं चैव प्रकृतिं मोहिनीं श्रिता महात्मानस्तु मां पार्थ दैवीं प्रकृतिमाश्रिता पचन्तन्यन्यमनसो ज्ञात्वा भूतादिमव्ययम् सततं कीर्तयन्तो मां यतन्तश्च दुरव्रता नमस्यन्तश्च मां भक्त्या नित्ययुक्ता उपासते ज्ञानयज्ञेन चाप्यन्ये यजन्तो मामुपासते एकत्वेन पृथक्त्वेन बहुधा विश्वतोमुखम् अहं कृतुरहम् अयज्ञ स्वदाहं हम औषधं मन्त्रोऽहं हम एवाजम् अहम् अग्निरहं हुतुं पिताहमस्य जगतो माता धाता पितामह वेद्यं पवित्रमोङ्कार वृक्षाम यजुरेव च कतिव्रता प्रभु साक्षी निवासा शरणं सुहृत् प्रभव प्रलयस्थानं निदानं बीजमव्ययं तपाम्यहं वर्षं निगृणां सृजामि च अमृतं चैव मृत्युश्च सदसच्चाहनोऽर्जुन त्रैविद्या मां सोमपापूतपापा यज्ञैर्विश्वा स्वर्गतिं प्रार्थयन्ते पेत्पुण्यमासान्द्य सुरेन्द्रलोकम् अश्नन्ति दिव्यान् दिविदेव भोगान् ते तं भुक्त्वा स्वर्गलोकं विशालं क्षिणे पुण्ये मर्तलोकं विशन्ति एवं त्रैधर्मम् अनुप्रपन्ना गतागतं कामकामा लभन्ते अन्ययाश्चिन्तयन्तो मां ये जना पर्युपासते तेषां नित्याभियुक्तानां योगक्षेममवाम्यहम् ये पन्यतेवता भक्ता यजन्ते श्रद्धयान्विता तेऽपि मामेव कौन्तेय यजन्त्य विधिपूर्वकम् अहं हि सर्वयज्ञानां भोक्ता च प्रभुरेव च न तु मामभिजानन्ति तत्त्वेन चश्चवन्ति ते यान्ति देववृता देवान् पितॄन् यान्ति पितुर्वता भूतानि यान्ति भूते च यान्ति मद्याजिनोऽपि मां पत्रं पुष्पं फलं तोयं यो मे भक्त्या प्रयच्छति तदहं भक्तुम् अपरितम् अश्नामि प्रयतात्मना यत्करोषि यदश्नासि यज्जुहोसि ददासि यत् तपस्यसि कौन्तेय तत्कुरुष्वर्मदर्पणम् शुभाशुभफलैरेवं मोक्षसे कर्मबन्धनैः संन्यासयोगयुक्तात्मा विमुक्तो मामुपश्यसि सम्मोहं सर्वभूतेषु न मे द्वेषोऽस्ति न प्रिया ये भजन्ति तु मां भक्त्या मयि ते तेषु चाप्यहम् अपि चेत् सुदराचारो भजते मामनन्यभाक् साधुरेव समन्तव्य समज्ञं हि स क्षिप्रं भवति धर्मात्मा शाश्वतशान्ति निगच्छति कौन्तेय प्रतिजानीहि न मे भक्त्या प्रणश्यति Mam hi partha vipashritya yepi syupapayonaya striyo vaishasata sudras tepi yanti param gatim kim punar brahmana punya bhakta rajarshayastata anityam sukham lokam mam prapya bhajasvaman manmana bhava madbhakto madhyaji mam namaskuru mam aveshyasi yuktaivam atmanam matparayana. Om Tat Sat. Supanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Ajagunya Yogo Nam Navamodhyaya. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. How's everyone doing? Okay? All right, so we're going on the philosopher's journey. Arjun has now learned who am I and where am I? Krishna is described to. Of course, these topics are not in sequence. They're all discussed all over, but we're just going in this sequence. So Krishna describes that we're living in a world which is full of duality. So don't be surprised. Rather, learn how to engage with this world in such a way that ultimately you eventually transcend the world. But the next natural question is, how do you do that? And what are we doing here? And how are we supposed to act here? Now I know I'm a spiritual being, and now I know that this world is just a temporary place. How am I to conduct myself? How am I to engage my time, my energy, my resources? How am I to act in this world? You see, the world is a busy place. Do you agree with me? The world is a busy place. Every single day there are 150,000 flights. That's a lot of people moving. Every single day 360 billion emails are sent. I won't tell you how many WhatsApp messages. Every single second, not hour, not minute, every single second, $57 billion are transacted in this world. People are busy. People are working hard. People are doing many, many things. But are they acting in such a way as to bring more happiness, peace, and genuine well-being in their life? Maybe we're going very, very fast in life, but are we going somewhere significant? This is what Krishna wants Arjuna to deeply consider. And you'll be surprised, in the world, people are now realizing we work so hard, we have so many desires, we want so much achievement, attainment, acquiring things. Does it bring more happiness? Now there is a movement towards minimalism. And Srila Prabhupada, our founding teacher, talked about this many, many decades ago when he encouraged people. Simple living, high thinking. The world nowadays is simply living, hardly thinking. So, there is a movement towards minimalism and a movement towards acting more consciously in the world we're living in today. Take a look.
We spend so much time on the hunt, but nothing ever quite does it for us. And we get so wrapped up in the hunt that it kind of makes us miserable.
Black Friday shopping mania is still playing out tonight at malls across America.
High hopes of saving some big bucks on those holiday gifts.
Stores filled to the brim.
In some cases, it did turn violent.
We've, as a culture, have lost our minds.
There's no question that what it means to have achieved the American dream has increased tremendously in material terms.
This is not something that just happened yesterday. This is something that has been sold to us over the past 100 years by those that want to make a whole lot of money.
Now that's what I call a good-looking car.
You have this thing that you were obsessed about, but then the new version comes out, and now you no longer care about the one you have. In fact, the one you have is a source of dissatisfaction.
People are beginning to recognize that they've maybe been tricked. There is no out until you become aware. You're not going to get happier by consuming more.
Ready?
I was born ready. There's nothing wrong with consumption. The problem is compulsory consumption. We're tired of it. We're tired of acquiring things because that's what we're supposed to do.
When I heard about minimalism, it wasn't about just getting rid of my stuff. It was about taking control of my life and stop being told what to do and actually deciding what I wanted to do.
When I first started reducing the number of things in my life, I found out that I had 51 things in the entire world.
We've probably sold or donated at least 90% of our stuff.
As I started to move that stuff out, I was able to finally realize what I had sacrificed.
I don't know what the most common 3 words are in American homes. I don't know if it's I love you or if it's I want that.
This same thing that's not making us happy is also causing the degradation of our habitat.
We're going to have to give up a lot. The secret is that a lot of that we're not actually going to miss.
What I found with minimalism is it's a way of saying, let's stop the madness.
When you recognize that this life is yours and that it is your one and only, and when that seeps directly in your bones and you recognize that this is it, everything changes.
Not promoting the film, but minimalism, dear friends. 2 cars, 2 houses, 2 husbands. Too much. And then what is the net result? We earn more, we acquire more. What do we lose in the process? We lose our health, we lose our time, we lose our relationships, we lose our peace of mind. And before we know it, we have everything in the world and we're still the poorest person. Because the richest person is not the one who has the most, it's the one who needs the least. And so here, Krishna is teaching Chintam parimeyam cha pralayantam upashrita kamopa bhoga parama etavad iti nishchita. You all are Gujarati, you don't need me to tell you what is chinta. Chintam apirimeyam cha pralayanta. Pralayanta means until the last moment, until death. People are overshrouded with anxiety. Why? Kamopa bhoga parama, because they have so many desires. Material desires like a spider weaving a web, going round, and then it gets caught in its own web. So here, Krishna is now teaching Arjuna, you have to act. You have to do your karma, but you have to do it smartly. Otherwise, you'll get entangled. One person came to Srila Prabhupada, he said, Swamiji, I have so many factories, I have so many workers, Factually, I have so many worries, but factually I have so much influence, but I have so many worries. Prabhupada told him, Chintam aparimeyam cha. He said, what should I do? Prabhupada said, give it all to us. You'll be happy, we'll be happy, Krishna will be very happy. In other words, you have to know the art. You can be successful in the world. See, success is not the problem. The question is, do you earn with integrity? And the question is, once you have it, do you utilize it with generosity? If you take those two things out of the equation and you simply have success, you might find you drown in that success. And therefore, Krishna is telling Arjuna, don't just go along with what everyone is doing. Don't just be a winner in the rat race. Because even if you win the rat race, you're still a rat. Oftentimes we do things in our life just because everyone else is doing it. Krishna says, no. Challenge. Just like Arjuna didn't just go along with the fight because everyone was fighting. He said, no. Senayor ubayor madhye. Let me go to the middle. Let me think about this. Sometimes we do things because it just logically feels like this seems to be the right thing to do. Krishna says, no, consult. Guru, sadhu, shastra, vakya, chitete, koriya, aikya. If you want to act with a clear consciousness, ask Guru, ask sadhu, ask scriptures. Don't just go on your logic because your logic failed you many times. Sometimes we do things just because I feel like it. But don't give up what you want most for what feels good now. Connect to your highest aspiration. And sometimes we act just because we've always been doing it. No. Have the courage to do something different. Have the courage to step away sometimes from tradition. Because shall I tell you, some traditions are based on a culture. And those cultures are based on so-called truths. And those so-called truths are actually lies. And therefore, you don't have to keep doing what everybody's been doing and get caught in the rat race. So Krishna is so expert. He's teaching Arjuna, you have to learn how to do karma, yoga. Not just karma. Karma, my friend, will entangle you. Do karma, yoga. Be involved in the world, but not entangled in the world. And how do you do that? First, do work that resonates with you. This is called Svadharma. Krishna says in the Gita, Shreyan Svadharma Viguna. Do what you're meant to do. Do what resonates with your personality. Don't copy someone else's life. You were born an original. Don't die a copy. Then Krishna says, do your work, your svadharma, but refine it. Sattva. Yes, you're meant to be an accountant. Good luck. But balance. Sattva. Do it in the right way. Do it with goodness. Don't allow your occupation to consume you. You leave the house before you see your children, and then you come back so late that they've gone to sleep, and then you work so many years to provide for them and forget to give them your own time. Be balanced. Work with sattva, because Krishna says, Urdhvam gachanti sattva sta. If you work in sattva, you'll rise. Then you'll get results from your work, dear friends. Hopefully, use it in seva. Once there was a priest, he came in front of the congregation, he said, we have to build a church, not a temple, a church. It's $1 million. There's good news and bad news. The good news is that the money is there. The bad news is it's still in your pocket. Be kind. Because you know what? You're going to lose all that money anyway. Therefore, why not utilize it for something meaningful, for something that will bring happiness and beauty to other people's lives? Use your results in savor. And dear friends, when you're working in the world, don't forget svastya. You need to rest. You need to take care of your health. You need to disconnect sometimes. Sometimes you need to turn your phone off. And then, while you're doing all this work, never forget smaranam. Tasmat sarveshu kaleshu mam anusmara yudhyacha. Krishna says, do your duty of fighting, at the same time remember me. Remember Krishna. And finally, in the time when you're not working in the world, do your sadhana. Yes, you can wake up before the world wakes up. Don't worry. You won't miss out on anything. In fact, you'll be ahead of the game. Therefore, Krishna says, Yanisha sarva bhutanam. What is the time of awakening for the great sage is the time of sleeping for the conditioned soul. So when the whole world is sleeping, 5 a.m. in the morning, you can rise and you can do sadhana and you can remember Krishna. And then when you go into the world and do your karma, you will be doing karma yoga because you're in spiritual consciousness. And therefore, Krishna tells Arjuna, I've already told you, who are you? You're a soul. I've already told you, where are you? In the material world. And now I'm telling you, you have work to do here. But don't just get entangled in the rat race. Rather, do karma yoga. Because if you just act in material consciousness, chintam aparimeyam cha pralayantam upashrita. You may find you pass your whole life just worrying. And in that way, we miss the real purpose. And so, Krishna is building a beautiful picture here to help Arjuna find his meaning. Remember, our search for meaning. If you have meaning, you can deal with anything. Therefore, know who you are, know where you are, know why you're here, and act, align, and integrate every single one of your efforts and endeavors in a way in which it connects to Krishna. And if you do this, you do karma yoga, and if you do this, you become happy. Hare Krishna.
I'm sensing the energy levels are very low today. You did not have khichdi prasad in the beginning? One more time, dear devotees. And we have to give one very generous round of applause for the first set of Krishna Club children and Bharti who've done half of the recitation of the Gita. So one more time. We're going to invite our next lead who will be taking us through the next 9 chapters of the recitation. You know him. He doesn't really need an introduction. But please put your hands together and welcome His Grace Radha Govinda Prabhu. Radha Govinda Prabhu spent many, many years as a monk here at Bhaktivedanta Manor in the robes. Then he got married, and now, following the process of karma yoga, now he became a philosopher. And he's still dedicated full time, serving at the manor, serving at the temple, looking after a great part of what happens here at the temple. All of the outreach events and programs that take place at the Bhaktivedanta Manor are led by Radha Govinda Prabhu. So on a weekly basis, he is looking after devotees, bringing them closer to Krishna. These are the devotees who are not from the Indian background. So people who are either Westerners or completely alien to Sanatan Dharma. So exceptional service he's doing. His proud Gurudev is here as well, Kripamoya Prabhu. So without further ado, we will hand over to Radha Govinda Prabhu and the maestro on the harmonium, Prem Sankirtan Prabhu Ki Jai! Haribol.
Hare Krishna, everybody. So first of all, before I start, just want to offer my respects to His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, who is the Shiksha Guru for everybody in our movement. Also, respects and blessings to my spiritual master, His Grace Kripamoya Prabhu, and Mother Guru, who is also like a second Guru to me, and also His Holiness Keshav Maharaj, who's been my Shiksha Guru since the time I joined the ashram. And I'm very grateful to these four personalities because they instilled in me right from the beginning the mood of sharing Krishna consciousness with everybody. We can understand the Bhagavad Gita in many different ways, but the best way you will understand if you try to share it with others. So that's why I told you last time how my wife was expecting a baby. So the baby did arrive, obviously. One of the things, thank you. Thank you. One of the things that my wife was constantly praying for is that, please, Krishna, can we have a preacher baby? So I don't know what a preacher baby looks like, but it was like, please, can we have a baby that also shares Krishna consciousness with others? And Maharaj was speaking earlier about how we've all had Mahabharata years. And I can tell you, I've really had a proper Mahabharata year and a half. My house is like a battlefield of Kurukshetra. Instead of dead bodies, it's used nappies. And instead of rivers of blood, it's rivers of something else I won't tell you. But it's really been a Mahabharata. But one thing I really learned to appreciate is that the role a mother plays, and you don't really know how much of a sacrifice women make till you're actually a father and you see your wife go through all this difficulty and sacrifice in looking after a baby. And I've actually developed like a newfound love, respect, and appreciation for my mother. And I called my mother and said, Mommy, you know what? Thank you so much. She goes, Gadara Gando take your chair. She's like, what's going on with you? But I just want to share with your permission just like 5 minutes of a little bit of my Mahabharata story. Is that okay? Before we move on. So, nowadays there's this like new thing in the world amongst women. So they're like, women have been giving birth for like centuries and hundreds and thousands of years. This whole scans and, interventions and tests. And it's all like a new thing. We don't need all that. Let's just have a natural pregnancy and a natural birth. So my wife got into that sort of a thing. So I was like, okay, sure. I mean, you're the one doing it. So whatever you want, it's up to you. So we had a natural pregnancy. We didn't really go for any scans or tests or anything like that. We didn't even register with the NHS. Then a week before the due date, which we figured out by asking ChatGPT, she was speaking to one of her friends who said, maybe you should just at least register the pregnancy. And she was like, why? She goes like, well, what if something goes wrong in the birth and you have an emergency or something? She's like, yeah, good idea. But now we got a problem because we've not told anybody for like a whole 9 months. And then suddenly we want to go to the NHS and register. And we're like, oh my God, they're going to freak out. They're going to call the social services. And we were like expecting the worst to happen, So in Mahabharata style, we put on our armor and weapons. And, we went to the birth center to register. And we go in there and when you open the door, and there's a midwife sitting there. And the first thing we see behind her is a big picture of Jagannath. And we were like, wow, this is amazing. Krishna's going to save us. And then you look at the midwives, And she's just like a random white lady. She's not like a devotee or anything. Don't know her, not wearing neck beads, nothing like that. So I ask her, like, what's with the picture? She goes, oh, my friend gave it to me like 20 years ago. I don't know what the heck that thing is. She goes, but it looked very nice artistically, so I put it up there. I have no idea what it is. I'm like, okay, well, back in armor mode. Anyway, she started registering us, and then she asks my wife, she goes, so how many weeks pregnant are you? So usually it's like 4 weeks, 6 weeks. My wife goes, 39 weeks. And then she looks at my wife, and then she looks at me, and then me and my wife look at each other, and then we look at her, and there's like this awkward silence for like 25 seconds. And then she goes, well, you know what, that is what it is. If you need any help from us, let us know. And then she signed it off and let us go. And nothing happened, and we were like in disbelief. We were like, wow, I can't believe we got away with that. So that was amazing. So anyway, a week goes by, as expected. ChatGPT is never wrong on the day. You know, she started her labor. And one thing that I think people don't appreciate is how hard labor is for the man. like, yes, we understand it's difficult for the woman, but for a man to like see all that is so difficult. So I'm like trying to think, okay, any excuse to get out of here. I'm like, ooh, we run out of nutmeg. I'm going to go to Tesco and get some nutmeg, you know. And anyway, so the labor carries on. And she wanted like a natural birth, so there were no midwives, there was no pain relief, there was like nothing there. She was at home. Eventually it got a bit too much, so we were like, okay, we need to do something. Let's see if we can get you a hot tub to deliver the baby in. So then we call a birth center in Watford, and they're like, yeah, come, let's have a chat, and then we'll see what we can do. So we show up there, and all the midwives are just sitting there chilling, and it's like, we've never had a day like this in years where we've literally got no births, and they were just like chilling there, and the whole center was empty. And they're like, so we told them what our needs are, and they're like, yeah, okay, so let's see the scans. I'm like, well, we don't have any scans. They're like, no problem, give us your NHS number, we'll look them up online. I'm like, yeah, you're not going to find anything online. We never went for any scans. And then they're like, you know what, this is very high risk, we're going to have to send you to the delivery ward. And my wife's very stubborn, so she goes, I'm not going to the delivery ward. If you want to send us back, we're just going to go home. And then they're like, okay, look, listen, you can use our tub, but because we don't have any scans, we don't have any information, we can't intervene. The midwives will be there, but they'll be outside. They'll be encouraging you, but they won't come in. And she was like, thank you. That's exactly what I want. Anyway, so she goes in. She carry on with the labor. I go into a different room, shut the door because I don't want to hear all that screaming. I can still hear a little bit, so I stuff some paper in the door so I don't hear her. And I tell the midwife, look, call me when the head comes out because I want to see the birth. You know, it's like a once-in-a-lifetime experience. So anyway, an hour later, she comes in, she opens the door. All the paper that I've stuffed kind of falls on her head. She's like, what the heck? And then she says, do you want to come? I'm like, okay. So I go in. And it was quite magical. I don't know if you experienced a birth before, but for me, it was like a new thing. And the baby just pops out like a rocket in one go, boom, like straight out. And then she grabs the baby, she hugs the baby. And then she's like literally crying her eyes out. And listen to this. So she goes, oh, my baby, I love you. My baby, I love you. And she keeps saying that for the next 3 minutes. And like there's like 4 midwives there, and they're all just crying. And I'm like, why is everyone crying? Anyway, we take the baby, we go home. And then my wife goes, you know, they were really nice to us. I think we should give them a treat. We should say thank you. I said, why don't we invite them for a retreat to the manor and give them like a free day retreat? So we called the lady and said, you know that picture behind your thing? Like, do you want to, I can tell you more about that picture. Do you want to come on a retreat and bring the other midwives? So they all came for a retreat, about 15 midwives from the NHS, including the midwives who were there for the delivery. And they were like, you know what, this is amazing because she goes, once we deliver a baby, we literally never see the baby. It's done. But they were there, they were playing with the baby. They had a whole tour of the manor. They had prasadam. They took part in kirtan. The lady got to see Krishna. I said, this is the guy in the picture that's been behind your desk for like 20 years. And then this was all happening, and my wife looked at me and goes, you know what? This is our baby's first preaching adventure, age 1 month. And he goes, "Thank you, Krishna, we have a preacher baby." Thank you. I just want to show you a couple of pictures. Manish Prabhu, just like, so this is all the midwives, and there's another picture as well. If you just, so at the Goshala, they went and fed the cows, and there's the baby, and this is in Prabhupada's rooms, and the preacher baby. Yeah, and these are the midwives that helped Kishori on the day. So there you go. Hare Krishna. When you share Krishna consciousness, anything is possible. Thank you so much. And now, after that totally unrelated diversion, we're going to start reciting chapter 10. Chapter 10 is the opulence of the Absolute. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Bhuya eva mahabaho Shrinu me paramam vachah Yatteham priyamanaya Vakshyami hitakamyaya Na me vidu suragana Prabhavam na maharshayah Aham adirhi devanam Maharshinam cha sarvashah Yo mamajamanadim cha Veti loka maheshwaram Asamuddha samartyeshu Sarva pape pramuchyate Buddhir jnanam sammoha Kshama satyam dama shamaha Sukham dukkham bhavo bhavo Bhayam cha bhayameva cha Ahimsa samata tushtis Tapodanam yasho yashaha Bhavanti bhava bhutanam Matta eva pritagvida Maharshaya sarvaputre Satvaro manavastatha Madbhava manasa jata Yesham loka ima praja Evam vibhuti yogam cha Mama yo veti tattvataha So vikalpena yogena Yujyate natra samshayah Aham sarvasya prabhavo Matta sarvam pravartate Iti matva bhajante mam Buddha bhava samanvita Matchitta matgata prana Bodhayanta parasparam Kathayantascha mam nityam Tushyanti cha ramanti cha Tesham satata yuktanam Bhajatam priti purvakam Dadami buddhi yogam tam Yena mamupayanti te Tesham evanukampartham Aham ajnanajam tamaha Nashayamyatma bhavasto Jnana deepena bhasvata Arjuna uvacha Param brahma param dhama Pavitram paramam bhavan Purusham shashvatam divyam Adidevam aham vijun Ahustvam rishaya sarve Devarshir naradastata Asito devalo vyasa Swayam chaiva bravishime Sarvameta dhritam manye Yanmam vadasi keshava Nahite bhagavan vyaktim Vidur deva nadanava Swayam evatmanatmanam Vethatvam purushottama Bhuta bhavana bhutesha Deva deva jagatpate Vaktum arhasya sheshena Divya hyatma vibhutayah Yabhir vibhuti birlokan Imam stam vapyatishtasi Katham vidyamaham yogims Tvam prasada parichintayan Keshu keshu cha bhaveshu Chintyosi bhagavan maya Vistarenatmano yogam Vibhutim cha janardana Bhuya kathaya triptirhi Shinvato nasti me mritam Shri Bhagavan uvacha Hantate kathayishyami Divya hyatma vibhutayah Pradhanyata kuru shrestha Nastyanto vitarasya me Aham atma gudakesha Sarva bhutasaya stitah Aham adishya madhyam cha Bhutanam anta eva cha Adityanam aham Vishnur Jyotisham raviram sumam Marichir marutam asmi Nakshatranam aham shashi Vedanam sama vedosmi Devanam asmi vasavaha Indriyanam manaschasmi bhutanam asmi chetanam. Tranam shankaraschasmi vittesho yaksha rakshasam vasunam pavakaschasmi meru shikharinamaham purodhasam cha mukhyam mam viddhi partha brihaspatim senaninamaham skanda sarasam asmi sagara maharshinam priguraham giram asmyekam aksharam yajnanam japa yajñosmi स्थावरानां हिमालयः अश्वत्थ सर्ववृक्षाणां देवर्षिणां च नारद गन्धर्वाणां चित्ररथ सिद्धानां कपिलो मुनिः उच्छैश्रवसमश्वानां विद्धि माम् अमृतोद्भवम् ऐरावतं गजेन्द्राणां नराणां च नराधिपम् आयुधानामहं वज्रं धेनूनामस्मि कामधुक् प्रजनश्चास्मि कन्दर्प सर्पानामस्मि वासुकिः अनन्तश्चास्मि नागानां वरुणो यादसामहं पितॄणामर्यमचास्मि यमः संयमतामहं प्रह्लादश्चास्मि दैत्यानां कालकलयतामहं मृगाणां च मृगेन्द्रोऽहं वैनतेयश्च पक्षिणां प्रवपवतामस्मि रामशस्त्रभृतमहं झासानां मकरश्चास्मि श्रोतसामस्मि जानवी सर्गानामादिरन्तश्च मध्यं चैवाहमर्जुन अध्यात्मा विद्यानां वादप्रवदतामहम् अक्षराणामकारोऽस्मि द्वन्द्वसामासिकस्य च अहम् एवाक्षय कालो धाताहं विश्वतोमुखः सर्वहरश्चाहम् उद्भवश्च भविष्यतां कीर्तिश्रीवाक्च नारीणां स्मृतिर्मेधा धृतिक्षमा बृहत्साम तथा साम्नां गायत्री छन्दसामहं मासानां मार्गशीर्षोऽहं ऋतूनां कुसुमाकरः द्यूतं छलयतामस्मि तेजस्तेजस्विनामहं जयोऽस्मि व्यवसायोऽस्मि सत्वं सत्त्ववतामहं वृष्णीनां वासुदेवोऽस्मि पाण्डवानां धनञ्जयः मुनीनामप्यहं व्यास कवीनाम् उसना कविः दण्डो दमयतामस्मि नीतिरस्मि जिगीषतां मौनं चैवास्मि गुह्यानां ज्ञानं ज्ञानवतामहं यच्चापि सर्वभूतानां बीजं तदहमर्जुन न तदस्ति विना यत्स्यान् मया भूतं चराचरं नान्तोऽस्ति मम दिव्यानां विभूतीनां परन्तप एष तुद्देशतः प्रोक्तो विभूतेर्विस्तरो मया यद्यद्विभूतिमत्सत्त्वं श्रीमदूर्जितमेव वा तत्तदेवावगच्छत्वं मम तेजोंशसम्भवन् अथवा बहुमैतेन किं ज्ञातेन तवार्जुन विस्तभ्याहमहं कृत्स्नम् एकांशेन स्थितो जगत् ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे विभूतियोगो नाम 10मोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्ण। Chapter 11, the universal form. Arjuna uvacha mad anugrahaya paramam guhyan adhyatma samyitam yat tavayoktam vachastena mohoyam vigato mama bhavapyo hi bhutanam shruto vistarasho maya tvatta kamalapatraksha mahatmyam api chavyayam evametad yathattatvam atmana parameshvara द्रष्टुम् इच्छामि ते रूपम् ऐश्वरं पुरुषोत्तम मन्यसे यदि तच्छक्यं मया द्रष्टुमिति प्रभु योगेश्वर ततो मे त्वं दर्शयात्मात्मानमव्ययम् श्रीभगवानुवाच पश्य मे पार्थरूपाणि शतशोऽथ सहस्रशः नानाविधानि दिव्यानि नानावर्णाकृतानि च पश्यादित्यान् वसून् रुद्रान् अश्विनो मरुतस्तथा बहून्यद्रष्टपूर्वाणि पश्याचर्याणि भारत इहैकस्थं जगत्कृत्स्नं पश्यद्य सचराचरं मम देहे गुडाकेश यच्चान्यद्द्रष्टुमिच्छसि न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् अनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षु पश्य मे योगमैश्वरं संजय उवाच एवमुक्त्वा ततो राजन् महायोगेश्वरो हरिः दर्शयामास पार्थाय परमं रूपमैश्वरम् अनेकवक्त्रनयनम् अनेकाद्भुतदर्शनम् अनेकदिव्याभरणं दिव्यानेकोद्यतायुधं दिव्यमाल्यम्बरधरं दिव्यगन्धानुलेपनं सर्वाश्चर्यमयं देवम् अनन्तं विश्वतोमुखं दिवि सूर्यसहस्रस्य भवदुक्तिः यदि भासदृशी सा स्यात् भासस्तस्य महात्मनः तत्रैकस्थं जगत्कृत्स्नं प्रविभक्तम् अनेकदा अपश्यद्देवदेवस्य शरीरे पाण्डवस्तदा ततः स विस्मयाविष्टो हृष्टरोमधनञ्जयः प्रणम्य शिरसा देवं कृताञ्जलिरभाषत अर्जुन उवाच पश्यामि देवांस्तव देवदेहे सर्वांस्तथा भूतविशेषसङ्गान् ब्रह्माण्डमीशं कुसुमासनस्थं ऋषिंश्च सर्वान् उरुगांश्च दिव्यान् अनेकबाहुदरवक्त्रनेत्रं पश्यामि त्वां सर्वतोऽनन्तरूपं नान्तं न मध्यं न पुनस्तवादिं पश्यामि विश्वेश्वर विश्वरूप किरीटिनं गदिनं चक्रिणं च तेजो राशिं सर्वतो दीप्तिमन्तं पश्यामि त्वां दूरनिरीक्ष्यं समन्ताद् दीप्तानलार्काद्युतिम् अप्रमेयं त्वम् अक्षरं परमं वेदितव्यं त्वम् अस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानं त्वम् अव्ययशाश्वतधर्मगोप्ता सनातनस्त्वं पुरुषो मतो मे आदिमध्यान्तमनन्तवीर्यम् अनन्तबाहुं शशिसूर्यनेत्रं पश्यामि त्वां दीप्तहुताशवक्त्रं स्वतेजसा विश्वमिदं तपन्तं द्वावा पृथिव्योरिदम् अन्तरं हि व्याप्तं त्वयैकेन दिशश्च सर्वा दृष्ट्वाद्भुतं रूपमुग्रं तवेदं लोकत्रयं प्रव्यतीतं महात्मन् आमीहि त्वां सुरसङ्गा विशन्ति केचिद्भीता प्राञ्जलयो गृह्णन्ति स्वस्तीत्युक्त्वा महर्षि सिद्धसङ्घा स्तुवन्ति त्वां स्तुतिभिः पुष्कलाभिः रुद्रादित्या वसवो ये च साध्य विश्वेस्विनो मारुतश्चोष्मपाश्च गन्धर्वयक्षासुरसिद्धसङ्गा वीक्षन्ते त्वां विस्मताश्चैव सर्वे रूपं महत्ते बहुवक्त्रनेत्रं महाबाहो बहुरूपादं बहूदरं बहुदंस्त्रकरालं दृष्ट्वा लोकप्रव्यथितस्तथाहं नभस्पृशं दीप्तमनेकवर्णं व्यत्तामनं दीप्तविशालनेत्रं दृष्ट्वा हि त्वां प्रव्यथितान्तरात्मा धृतिं न विन्दामि समां च विष्णो दंस्त्रकरालानि च ते मुखानि दृष्ट्वैव कालानलसन्निभानि दिशो न जाने न लभे च शर्मा प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास अमी च त्वां धार्तराष्ट्रस्य पुत्र सर्वे सहैवावनिपालसङ्गै भीष्मो द्रोणासूतपुत्रस्तथासु सहास्मदीयैरपि योधमुख्यै वक्त्राणि ते त्वरमान विशन्ति दंस्त्रकरालानि भयानकानि केचिद्विलग्नदशनान्तरेषु सन्दृश्यन्ते चूर्णितैरुत्तमाङ्गे नदीनां बहवोऽम्बुवेगा समुद्रमेवाभिमुखा द्रवन्ति तथा तवामि नरलोकवीरा विशन्ति वक्त्राण्यभिविज्वलन्ति यथा प्रदीप्तं ज्वलनं पतङ्गा विशन्ति नाशाय समृद्धवेगा तथैव नाशाय विशन्ति लोकास्तवापि वक्त्राणि समृद्धवेगा लेलीह्यसेघ्रसमानसमन्ताल् लोकान् समग्नान् वदने ज्वलब्धिः तेजोभिरापूर्य जगत्समग्रं भासस्तवोग्रा प्रतपन्ति विष्णु आख्याहि मे को भवानुग्ररूपो नमोऽस्तु ते देववर प्रसीद विज्ञातुमिच्छामि भवन्तमाद्यं न हि प्रजानामि तव प्रवृत्तिं श्रीभगवानुवाच कालोऽस्मि लोकक्षयकृत् प्रवृद्धो लोकान् समाहर्तुमिह प्रवृत्ता ऋतेऽपि त्वां न भविष्यन्ति सर्वे येव स्थिता प्रत्यनीकेषु योधा तस्मात् त्वमुत्तिष्ठ यशो लभस्व जित्वा शत्रून् भुङ्क्ष्व राज्यं समृद्धं मयैवैते निहता पूर्वमेव निमित्तमात्रं भव सव्यसाचिन् द्रोणं च भीष्मं च जयद्रथं च कर्णं तथान्यानपि योधवीरान् मया हतांस्त्वं जहिवा व्यतिष्ठ युध्यस्वजेतासि रणे सपत्नान् सञ्जय उवाच एतत् श्रुत्वा वचनं केशवस्य कृताञ्जलिर्वेपमानकिरीटी समस्कृत्वा भूय देवाः कृष्णं स गद्गदं भीतभीता प्रणम्य अर्जुन उवाच स्थाने ऋषिकेश तव प्रकीर्त्य जगत्प्रहस्यत्यनुरज्यते च रक्षांसि भीतानि दिशो द्रवन्ति सर्वे नमस्यन्ति च सिद्धसङ्गा कस्माच्च तेन नमिरन्महात्मन् गरीयसे ब्राह्मणोऽप्यादिकर्त्रे अनन्तदेवेश जगन्निवास त्वम् अक्षरं सत् असत्तत्परं यत् त्वम् आदिदेव पुरुषः पुराणस्त्वम् अस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानं वेत्तासि वेद्यं च परं च धाम त्वया ततं विश्वमनन्तरूप वायुर्यमोऽग्निर्वरुणः शशाङ्क प्रजापतिस्त्वं प्रपितामहश्च नमो नमस्तेऽस्तु सहस्रकृत्वा पुनश्च भूयोऽपि नमो नमस्ते Nama purastad atha prishtataste namostuste sarvata eva sarva ananta virta mitakvikramastvam sarvam samapnosi tatosi sarva sakheti matva prasabham yaduktam he Krishna he Yadav he sakheti ajanatama himanam tavedam maya pramadat pranayena vapi yachavahasarthamasat kritosi viharashayasana bhojaneshu ekothvapyachyuta tad samaksham tatkszam ayetvam aprameyam pitasi lokasya characharasya tvam asya pujyascha guru gariyan na tvat samostya vyadika kutonyo lokatrayepya pratima prabhava tasmat pranamya pranidhaya kayam prasadaye tvamaham ishyamidyam piteva putrasya sakheva sakhyu priya priyayarhasi deva sodhum adrashta purvam rishitosmi drashtva bhayena cha pravyathitam mano me tad eva me darshaya deva rupam prasida devesha jagan nivasa kiritinam gadinam chakrahastam ichhami tvam drashtumaham tathaiva tenaiva rupena chaturbhujena sahasrabaho bhava vishwamutye Shri Bhagavan uvacha maya prasannena tavarjunedam rupam param darshitam atmayogat tejo mayam vishwamanantamadyam yanme tvadanyena drishta purvam na veda yajnadhyayaner na daner na cha kriyabhir na tapo birugre evam rupa shakya aham raloke drashtum dvadanyena kuru pravira mate vyathama cha vimudha bhavo drishtva rupam ghoramidran mamedam vyapeta bhipritamana punastvam tad eva me rupamidam prapasya Sanjaya uvacha ityarjunam vasudevastatoktva swakam rupam darshayamasa bhuya ashvasyamasa cha bhitam enam bhutva punam saumya vapur mahatmya Arjuna uvacha drishtvedam manusham rupam tava saumyam janardana idanim asmi samvritta sacheta prakritim gataha Shri Bhagavan uvacha sudurdasham idam rupam drishtavanasi anmama deva apyasya rupasya nityam darshana kankshinaha naham veder na tapasa na dane na chejyaya shakya evam vido drashtum drishtavanasi mam tatha bhaktyaatvananyaya shakya aham evam vidorjuna gyatum drashtum cha tatvena praveshtum cha parantapa mat karma krin mat paramo mat bhakta sangavarjita nirvaira sarva bhuteshu yasamamiti pandava om tat sat shtiti Tasupanishadsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Vishwarupa Darshan Yogo Nama Ekadyashodhyayaha Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna. Once again, we have a team of the younger Krishna Club children. So you saw the elder Krishna Club children in the past. Now you'll see the younger Krishna Club children. They've all come color-coded and beautifully bright yellow. So if you can please invite them on stage. We have Riyansh, Pranshu, Nandakishore, Rudan, Vrinda, Arya and Shrestha. They're all between the youngest as 7 years old to Shrestha who's 13 years old. So if you please, take your seats, take your seats. So Krishna Club is here at Bhaktivedanta Manor on Sundays, term Sundays, and here we have almost 350 children. Every Sunday in the morning, we have this facility, the Seva halls, the main building, upstairs, everything full with Krishna Club children. So just recently in September, we ventured out, and now 120 children, additional to the 350, come to Krishnamurti Primary School, where we have a Krishna Club running there as well. So you're looking at just under 500 children every Sunday who are getting a little bit of Krishna consciousness. And today, in front of all of you, to be reciting an entire chapter of the Gita, they've got no notes either. You want notes? No? You're happy? Okay, please, a round of applause, and over to the Krishna Club children.
Arjuna uvacha evam satata yuktaye bhakta swam paryupasate ye chapyaksharam avyaktam tesham ke yoga vittamaha Shri Bhagavan uvacha maya veshamano yemam nitya yukta upasate Shraddhaya parayopetas te me yukta tamamataha taksharama nirdesham avyaktam paryupasate sarvatra gamachintyam cha kutasthamachalam dhruvam sanniyam mendriyagramam sarvatra samabuddhayaha te pradnuvanti mameva sarvabhuta hite rathaha kleshodhikatarastesham avyakta sakta chetasam avyakta higatir dukkham havadbhiravapyate ye tu sarvani karmani mayi sanyasya matparaha ananyenaiva yogena mam dhyayanta upasate teshamaham samudharta mrityu samsara sagarat bhavami nachirat partha maya veshita chetasam mayeva mana adhasva mayi buddhim niveshaya nivashishyasi mayeva atha urdhvam na samshayaha atha chittam samadhatum na shaknoshi mayi sthiram abhyasa yogena tato mamichhaptum dhananjaya abhyasepya samartosi madkarma paramo bhava madartam api karmani kurvan siddhim avapsyasi athaitadapya shaktosi kartum madhyogamashitaha sarva karma phalatyagas Thakuru yatatmaha yohi gnanam avyasa gnana dhyanam vishishyate dhyanat karma phalatyagas dhyagat chantiranantaram adveshta sarva bhutanam maitrah karuna evacha nirmamo nirahankaraha samadukha sukha kshami santushta satatam yogi यतात्मा दृढनिश्चयः मय्यार्पिता मनो बुद्धिर् यो मद्भक्तः स मे प्रियः अस्मान्नोद्विजते लोको लोकान्नोद्विजते च यः हर्षामर्षभयोद्वेगे मुक्तो यः स च मे प्रियः अनपेक्षा शुचिर्दक्ष उदासीनो गतव्यतः सर्वरम्भा परित्यागी मुक्तो च स मे प्रियः न हृष्यति न द्वेष्टि न शोचति न काङ्क्षति शुभाशुभ परित्यागी भक्तिमान् स मे प्रियः समशत्रौ च मित्रे च तथा मानापमानयोः शीतोष्ण सुखदुःखेषु समः सङ्गविवर्जितः तुल्यनिन्दास्तुतिर्मौनी सन्तुष्टो येन केनचित् अनेकेतः स्थिरमतिर्भक्तिमान् प्रियो नरः ये तु धर्मामृतमिदं यथोक्तं पर्युपासते श्रद्धादाना मत्परमा भक्तास्तेऽतीव मे प्रियः ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे भक्तियोगो नाम 12ोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, stand up and take a bow. Didn't they do well? Give them another round of applause. Here we go. These guys are going to put me out of a job. That was amazing. Thank you so much. Yeah, give them a... Why not? Why not? Amazing, amazing. I think Nanda Kishore deserves a special mention. He was on the mic. He's 8 years old. That's a pretty amazing memory and a lot of confidence as well. Rely on Krishna, right? Amazing. Well done. Mom, can I take him with me? He'll do my job better than me, man. It's like amazing, amazing. So don't worry, everyone. The future is bright after all my depressing presentations. Arjun has answered many of his questions. He's piecing the puzzle together. He now knows who he is, where he is, what he's supposed to do. But there's another key question that's remaining, friends. It's a very, very important question. And the question is, how much time do we have, folks? How much time do we have before time runs out? The body is a ticking time bomb. Nobody leaves the world alive. Time and tide wait for no person. And therefore, Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita will now begin to talk about time. I don't know what your favorite movies were when you grew up, but one of my favorite movies was Back to the Future. The idea of going back in time or forward in the future, the world is forever trying to tamper with time. Can we stop it? Can we reverse it? Can we go back? Can we go forward? In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna will explain you can't do anything about time. When time comes, everyone has to bow. Mrityu sarva haraschaham, Krishna will say. So we need to know how much time we have. I showed this to all of you a couple of years ago. Maybe you remember. You could have gone online, tapped in all your details, and found out the day you're gonna die. Yes, folks, that day is coming. Of course, I put all my details in 2 years on now. I'm going to have a good innings, guys. Look at this. 89 years. Not bad. That's a good innings. I got another 40 years to go. And make sure you book that date in, Wednesday, 21st January. Say some nice words about the tall guy, you know. He was a nice guy. You know, technology has advanced since this. Now, they're not just going to tell you when you're going to die. They're going to tell you how you're going to age on the journey to death. You want to see? Who's this beautiful guy? This is him, 40 years old, folks. But remember, time and tide wait for no man. Doesn't matter if you're a Swami. By 50, just look at that. 10 years. I had to double check it in AI. I said, it looks like some stressful things are going to happen between 40 and 50. That's a lot of aging. 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. Still a handsome guy, no? Hey, guys, don't laugh. It's going to happen to all of you. But you know the amazing thing is? I'm going to keep all my teeth till I'm 90. There you go, friends. If I'm still alive, I'll say some words. Time is coming. You can't stop it. When your eyesight starts going, when the hairs start falling out, when your back starts to hurt, when your hearing starts to fade, you got to understand time is coming. And so, Krishna is developing an urgency within Arjuna. You need to know that you can't reverse the effects of time. Yet, the world is trying. The world is trying to stop the aging process. The world is still trying to live forever. The world is still in denial that one time will run out. Take a look.
Aging. It's the price we pay for living. But it might not always be this way.
I think that in 50 years, we'll be able to take a 20-year-old and give them a treatment. They'll be Peter Pan. They'll be forever young.
Increasingly, science is revealing how we can slow our biological clocks.
The rate of aging is malleable.
And these tantalizing glimpses of an ageless future are attracting huge money.
Big investors are zeroing in on age reversal research.
But does the science live up to the hype? Can we really slow down aging? Or even stop it altogether?
When I started the field, it was like, well, let's see. We moved from hope to realizing the promise.
I want you to walk back to me calling off every other letter of the alphabet, starting with A. A.
C. She might not look it, but Gitty is 98 years old. She's a participant in the Longevity Genes Project at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine in New York.
My brother died in his mid-80s. My sister is now 103. I have a younger sister who is 90. My father died 5 days short of 95. My mother died at 85 or 86.
Not only longer, they live healthier.
For the past 25 years, Nir Barzilai has studied the long-lived in a bid to unlock the mystery of aging.
when I started studying the centenarian, the question is, do they just live longer or do they also live healthier? And the answer is yes, they are healthy. We have discovered several genes in our centenarians. If we can imitate them, if we can understand what happens to them, we can create it as a drug or some other intervention that we could use.
Near is just one of a growing number of scientists chasing a future where aging is no longer inevitable. But what is aging? The longer you live, the greater the impact of molecular and cellular damage in your body, bringing you closer to death.
There you have it, folks. Do you think they'll be able to do it? Krishna says, when the time is up, the time is up. And so, here in the 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, in a very, very famous verse, Krishna explains that time will come and take away everything from everyone. Lokan samahartum iha pravritta rite pitvam bhavishyanti sarve ye vasthitha pratyanikeshu yodha. Krishna says, time I am, the destroyer of everything. So in time, all your relationships will disappear. In time, your health will disappear. In time, your titles will be taken away. In time, your facilities will be given to someone else. In time, everything fades. But time is not your enemy. Time, Krishna says, is your friend. Time doesn't take away everything from you. Time takes away everything that's not you. And therefore, the mechanism of time is very, very mystical. Because what Krishna is doing through this mechanism is helping us understand, what am I beyond all these transitory things that fade with time? And so, time changes everything. That's the reality. And this is unstoppable. You can't stop it. It doesn't matter how much millions of research you put into it, you cannot stop time. But not just that, this is unpredictable. We don't know when our time is coming. And not just that, change is uncontrollable. How it will happen and in what way, you have no idea. People are just going along in their life and all of a sudden something comes up which just throws them off course. You can't control, you can't stop, you can't predict, but you can know that it's going to happen. And therefore, we may look at the scientists and say, oh, those guys are trying to freeze time, they're an illusion. But how many of us live in the illusion that time is frozen? How many of us live day to day as though we're going to be here forever? How many of us continue on with our activities knowing that the end is getting closer and closer every single day? So we may look at a video like that and say, those guys, in illusion. But we have to look at ourselves and say, am I in illusion? Because maybe I haven't understood the effects of time. And therefore, the point is not to freeze time, but the point is to utilize the time you have. One of the biggest things in the world is time wasting. We just waste our time. And therefore, spiritualists, the first thing they do is they maximize their time. Don't waste time. You have meaningful things you can do every single day. Don't use it for second-rate things. The second thing that spiritualists do is they prioritize. They do first things first, important things first. Don't do just the easy things. Don't just do the things that will get you an immediate benefit. Don't just do the things that everyone will appreciate, but do the things that are important first. The other thing a spiritualist does is they know how to eliminate things, eliminate activities that don't need to be done. And finally, spiritualists know how to integrate. If you learn these 4 techniques, how to maximize, prioritize, eliminate, and integrate, nobody in this room can say they don't have enough time. Nobody can say they're too busy. Nobody can say that my life is too chaotic, that I can't do spirituality. We just have to do these 4 things. Stop acting in a way that time is frozen. Realize the urgency of it all. Utilize it. And when change comes, which is unpredictable, unstoppable, and uncontrollable, to not try to fight it, but to embrace it and to say thank you. Thank you for coming, and thank you for ushering me into a higher reality. That's the opportunity we have. And so here, the Bhagavad Gita is so powerful, because if you connect with the words of the Gita, you wake up in the morning with an urgency. If the alarm clock goes off and we're not jumping out of bed, it means we haven't understood the words of the Gita. Because the Gita is telling us, don't think you have so much time left. Time is coming. Kalo Smi. I am time, Krishna says. And eventually, everything will be destroyed. And I destroy it in a beautiful way to reveal to you what the purpose of your life actually is. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So that's pretty good. We're 2/3 of the Gita. Very good. We now have a small presentation. We want everyone to please be here for the next couple of minutes. We invite our head of School of Bhakti. So just like the children are being educated, the adults are also being educated in a profound way here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. So we invite the head of our School of Bhakti team, His Grace Krishna Kirtan Prabhu, to please say a few words, a message that he would leave all of you with. Thank you very much. Please give it up for Krishna Kirtan Prabhu. Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna. So it's interesting, we were in a taxi on the way here to Gita Jayanti, and Maharaj was talking about how the taxi person makes one pray, and he was quite fast, so he was quite laughing as he could hear Maharaj's words about a taxi man. So, and now Maharaj has just spoken about the importance of time. And as we end the year, School of Bhakti here at the Manor wanted to give an invitation to you all to take advantage of an amazing, we go to the first slide. Yes, the course. So we have a series of courses, and from today until Monday night, we have a 30% discount off all of the courses, and the code is BOXING30. It's a knockout sale. So we have here Gita for the whole family. So we have Gita on site, online, for kids aged 4 to 8, and also for teenagers from 9 to 14. We've had a successful batch over the last year, and we invite you all to take advantage. It's on Saturday mornings, and the different adults can be in rooms, and the kids, so the whole family can learn, because one of the things that we find here at the Manor is somebody may be inspired and interested, but if a family all did it together, imagine the conversations at the dining table and in the car. You could all learn and progress and take advantage of the wisdom that lies within the Gita. We also have, for those of you who are familiar with the Gita and want to know more, the next stage is the Srimad Bhagavatam. So you can study this 5,000-year-old text from cantos 1 to 6, and that is starting in February. And for those of you who are wonderfully reciting, like we had Nanda Kishore reciting, who was only 8 years old, you can also learn for the adults how to pronounce Sanskrit properly from our Sanskrit teacher, Sriji Sundari. So a wonderful complement to the learning of the Bhagavad Gita is how to actually absorb the Sanskrit language. So this is our invitation to you all. Please take advantage. Our team are by the tea and ketchup stall over towards the bakery. You can go to our website, schoolofbhakti.com, and there's leaflets for you to take home as well. So this is our kind invitation to carry on the learning of the Gita beyond today and into the year ahead. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Krishna Kirtan Prabhu. Many of you may feel you know, but this is also a good opportunity to share with friends and family what School of Bhakti is offering. Thank you so much. We'll break now for 10 minutes because this was quite a small section. So we'll take a 10-minute break, and 1:20, if we can ask you all to please unite again. We have 1/3, and the good news is it's the shortest 1/3 left. So last lap, please take a break, have some tea, go to the bathroom, stretch the legs, and we'll see you very shortly back in the hall. Hare Krishna! Hare Krishna, dear devotees, if we can ask you to please make your ways back to your spots. We'll be starting our recitation. The last few chapters to go, so I hope the energy is still high. Please take your seats. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Please take your seats. We'll be starting the next section of our recitation, the last 6 chapters of the Gita. Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. We can start.
Hare Krishna. So we're going to make a start. This is chapter 13. Nature, the enjoyer and consciousness. You all ready? You have your books? Arjuna uvacha prakritim purusham chaiva kshetram kshetragyameva cha etad veditum ichhami jnanam gyeyam cha keshava. Shri Bhagavan uvacha idam shariram kaunteya kshetram ityabhidhiyate etad yo veti tatam prahu kshetragya iti tadvidaha. Kshetragyam chapi mam viddhi sarva kshetreshu bharata kshetra kshetragya yor jnanam yattad jnanam matam mama tat kshetram yaccha yadrikcha yadvikari yatascha yat sacha yo yat prabhavascha tat samasena me shrunu. Rishibhir bahudha gitam chandobhir vividhe prithag Brahma Sutra Padeshaiva Hetu Madbhir Vinishchitei Maha Bhutanya Hankaro Buddhir Avyaktameva cha Indriyani Dashaikam cha Panchachendriya Gochara Ichhadvesha Sukham Dukkham Sanghatas Chetana Dhritihi Etat Kshetram Samasena Savikaram Udaritam Amanitvam madambhitvam ahimsa kshantirarjavam acharyopasamam shaucham stairyam atmavinigraha indriyartheshu vairagyam anahankara evacha janma mrityu jara vyadhi dukkha doshanudarshanam asaktiranabhishvanga putradara grahadishu nityam cha samachittatvam Ishtanishtopapatishu Mai chananya yogena bhaktir avyabhicharine viviktadesha sevitvam aratirjana samsadi adhyatma jnana nityatvam jnanartha darshanam etagyanam iti proktam ajnanam yad atonyatha gyeyam yattat pravakshyami yagyatvaamritam anadimat param brahma na satan na saduchyate sarvata panipadam tat sarvatokshi siromukham sarvata shrutimaloke sarvamavritya tishtati sarvendriya gunabhasham sarvendriya vivarjitam asaktam sarvabhrachaiva nirgunam gunabhoktrucha bahirantasya bhutanam acharam charamevacha sukshmatvattadaditvenam durastham chantike chayat avibhaktam cha bhuteshu vibhaktam iva cha sthitam bhutabhratra cha tagyeyam grasnishnu prabhavishnu cha jyotishamapi tajyotis tamasa paramuchyate jnanam gyeyam jnanagamyam hridhi sarvasya vishtitam iti kshetram tatha jnanam gyeyam choktam samasatah madbhakta etad vijnana madbhavayopapadyate prakritim purusham chaiva vidyanadi ubhavapi vikaramscha gunamschaiva viddhi prakriti sambhavan karyakarana kartritve heta prakritiruchyate purusha sukha dukkhanam bhoktritve heturuchyate purusha prakristho hi bhunkte prakriti jan gunan karanam gunasangosya sad asadyoni janmasu upadrishtanumanta cha bharta bhokta maheshwarah paramatmeti chapyukto dehesmin purusha parah ya evam veti purusham prakritim cha gunai saha sarvatha vartamanopi na sabhuyo bijayate dhyayanatmani pashyanti kechidatmanamatmana anya sankhena yogena karma yogena chapare anyatvevam jananta shrutvanebhya upasate tepi chati tarantyeva mrityum shruti parayanah yavat sanjayate kinchid satvam sthavara jangamam kshetra kshetragya samyogat tadviddhi bharatarshaba samam sarveshu bhuteshu tishtantam parameshwaram vinashyatya vinashyantam ya pashyati sapashyati samam pashyan hi sarvatra samavasthitam ishwaram na hinasyatmanatmanam tato yati param gatim prakritevya cha karmani kriyamanani sarvashah ya pashyati tathatmanam akartaram sapashyati yada bhuta prithak bhavam ekastham anupashyati tata eva cha vistaram brahma sampadyate tada anaditvan nirgunatvat paramatmayam anvayah sharirasthopi kaunteya na karoti na lipyate yatha sarvagatam sokshmyad akasham nopalipyate sarvatravastito dehe tathatmanopalipyate yatha prakashayatyeka kritsnam lokam imam ravihi kshetram kshetri tatha kritsnam prakashayati bharata kshetra kshetragyayorevam antaram jnana chakshusa bhuta prakriti moksham cha ye viduryanti te param. Om tat sat iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishadsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Prakriti Purusha Viveka Yogo Nama Trayodashodhyayah. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Chapter 14, the three modes of material nature. Shri Bhagavan Param Bhuya Pravakshyami Jnananam Gyam Uttamam Yagyatva Munaya Sarve Param Siddhim Ito Gataha Idam Jnanam Upashritya Mama Sadharmyam Agata Sarge Pinopajayante Pralayena Vyathanti Cha Mama Yonir Mahad Brahma Tasmin Garbham Dadhamyaham Sambhava Sarva Bhutanam Tato Bhavati Bharata Sarva Yonishu Kaunteya Murtaya Sambhavanti Yaha Tasam Brahma Mahadyonir Aham Bija Pradapita Sattvam Rajastama Iti Guna Prakriti Sambhava Nibadnanti Mahabaho Dehe Dehinam Avyayam Tatra Sattvam Nirmalatvat Prakashakam Anamayam Sukha Sangena Badnati Jnana Sangena Chanagha Rajo Ragatmakam Vidhi Trishna Sangha Samudbhavam Tannibadnati Kaunteya Karma Sangena Dehinam Tamastvagyanajam Vidhi Mohanam Sarva Dehinam Pramadalasya Nidrabhis Tannibadnati Bharata Sattvam Sukhe Sanjayati Raja Karmani Bharata Jnanam Avrityatu Tamaha Pramade Sanjayatyuta Rajastamas Chabhibhuya Sattvam Bhavati Bharata Rajas Sattvam Tamaschaiva Tamas Sattvam Rajastatha Sarvadvareshu Dehesmin Prakasha Upajayate Jnanam Yada Tada Vidyad Vivridham Sattvamityuta Lobha Pravrittararambha Karmanam Ashamaspriha Rajasyetani Jayante Vivridhe Bharatarshaba Aprakasho Pravrititcha Pramado Moha Evacha Tamasyetani Jayante Vivridhe Kurunandana Yada Sattve Pravridetu Pralayam Yati Dehabrid Tadottama Vidam Lokan Amalan Pratipadyate Rajasi Pralayam Gatva Karma Sangishu Jayate Tatha Pralinastamasi Mudhayonishu Jayate Karmana Shukritasyuhu Satvikam Nirmalam Phalam Rajasastu Phalam Dukkham Ajnanam Tamasa Phalam Sattvat Sanjayate Jnanam Rajaso Lobha Evacha Pramada Moho Tamaso Bhavato Jnanam Evacha Utvam Gachanti Sattvasta Madhye Tishtanti Rajasa Jaganya Gunavrittistha Adho Gachanti Tamasa Nanyam Gunebhya Kartaram Yada Drashtanupashyati Gunebhyascha Param Veti Madbhavam Sodhi Gacchati Gunanetan Tityatrin Dehi Deha Samudbhavan Janma Mrityu Jara Dukher Vimukto Mrityumashnute Arjuna Uvacha Kerlinge Strin Gunanetan Atito Bhavati Prabho Kim Achara Katham Chaitams Trin Gunan Ativartate Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Shamcha Pravritim Cha Moham Eva Cha Pandava Na Dveshti Sampravrittani Na Nivrittani Kankshati Udasina Vadasino Guneryo Na Vichalaya Gunavartanta Ityevam Yovatishtati Nengate Sama Dukkha Sukha Swasta Sama Lostasma Kanchana Tulya Priya Priyodhiras Tulya Nindatma Samstutihi Manapamana Yostulyas Tulyo Mitrari Pakshayo Sarvarambha Parityagi Gunatita Sauchyate Mam Chayo Vyabhicharena Bhakti Yogena Sevate Sagunan Samatityaitan Brahma Bhuyaya Kalpate ब्रह्मणो हि प्रतिष्ठाहम् अमृतस्य व्ययस्य च शाश्वतस्य च धर्मस्य सुखस्यैकान्तिकस्य च। ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे गुणत्रयविभागयोगो नाम चतुर्दशोऽध्यायः। ॐ हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे।
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please invite for chapter number 15 a very young girl who's also been practicing very, very hard. You've seen her last year, but once again for chapter 15, can we please put our hands together and welcome Vani. So she'll be taking us through chapter number 15. Please, all ears and hearts, after which we will have a summary for the next section. Thank you very much.
Chapter 15, the Yoga of the Supreme Person. Shri Bhagavanuvacha Urdhvamulam Adaha Shakham Ashvatam Prahuravyayam Chandamsi Yasya Parnani Yastam Veda Savedavid Adhashchordvam Prasiddhastasya Shakha Guna Pravritta Vishaya Pravala Adhascha Mulani Anusantatani Karmanubandini Manushya Naropamasye Hatatopalapyate Nanto Nachadir Nacha Sampratishta Ashvatthamenam Suvirudhamulam Asanga Shastrena Tridena Chitva Tada Padam Tat Parimargitavyam Yasmin Gatana Nivartanti Bhuyaha Tam eva chadyam purusham prapadye Yata pravritti prashita purani Nirmana moha jita sanga dosha Adhyatma nitya vinivritta kama Tvandvai vimukta sukha dukha samshnet Gacchantya muda padamavyayam tat Na tad bhasayate suryam na shashanko na pavakaha Yad gatva na nivartante tadhama paramam mama Mamivamshyo jiva loke jiva bhuta sanatana Manashastrani indriyani prakritistani karshati Shariram yadavapnoti Yajjapyutkramati Grihidvaitani samyati Vayurgandhani vashayat Shrotam chakshusparshanam cha Rasanam granameva cha Adhishtaya manaschayan Vishayanupasevate Utkramantam stitam vapi Gunjanam vagunavitam Vimudhananupashyanti Pashyanti jnana chakshushaha Yatanto yoginaschainam Pashyantyatmanavashtitam Yatanto piyakritmano Nainam pashyantya chetasaha Yadadityagatam tejo Jagat bhashayate kilam Yat chandramasi yat chagno Tattejo vidhimamakam Kama vishya cha bhutani Dharayamyahamojasa Pushnami chausadhi sarva Somo bhutva rasatmaka Aham Vaishvanaro bhutva Praninam dehamashrita Pranapana samayuktam Pachyamyanam chaturvidam Sarvasya chaham ridisani vishta माता स्मृतिर्ज्ञानमपोहनं च वेदैश्च सर्वे अहमेव वेद्य वेदान्तकृद्वेदविदेव चाहम् त्वाविमौ पुरुषौ लोके क्षर चाक्षर एव च क्षर सर्वाणि भूतानि कुतोऽक्षर उच्यते उत्तमा पुरुषस्त्वन्या परमात्मेत्युदारता यो लोकत्रयमाविश्य बिभर्त्यव्य ईश्वर यस्माक्षरमतीतोऽहम् अक्षरदपि चोत्तमा अतोऽस्मि लोके वेदे च प्रतिता पुरुषोत्तमा यो मामेवमसामूढो जानाति पुरुषोत्तमां स सर्वविद् भजाति मां सर्वभावेन भारत इति गुह्यं तमं शास्त्रम् इदम् उक्तं मया नघ एतद्भूत्वा बुद्धिमान् स्यात् कृतकृत्यश्च भारत ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भागवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्याया योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे पुरुषोत्तमयोगनाम पञ्चदशोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Wonderful. Round of applause for Vani. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. And Vani and the youth here at the Manor also deserve another massive appreciation because, as I often mention, every December, all of the youth, the young children, they all go out door to door in the local area, and if you're really lucky, they may knock on your door. And when they knock on your door, then they run away. No, they don't. They knock on your door and they give you an opportunity to take a Bhagavad Gita. And all throughout the December month, these children, maybe they can all stand up. The children that have been going out, don't be shy. Can they stand up? Are some of them here? Yeah, stand up. All of these kids, stand up, don't be shy. There's more of them. Here's some also, wonderful. Yeah, they've all been going out. Such an amazing, they're developing amazing character. They're touching so many people's hearts. And they're bringing a message that the world really needs. So thank you to them. Thank you to their parents for taking them out. And such a wonderful, wonderful thing. So we've now come to the 5th topic of the Bhagavad Gita, dear friends. This is the last topic, and then after the 18th chapter, we'll conclude. The last topic is perhaps the most important topic, because without this, everything else doesn't really make sense. Yes, it makes sense conceptually, but it doesn't give the hope. It doesn't give the attraction. There's still one piece missing in the picture that Krishna wants to paint for Arjuna. And that is, what is beyond all of this? Is there something beyond all of this? And Krishna in this final topic talks about himself. Krishna talks about the spiritual world. And Krishna talks about the metaphysical reality that transcends all of the temporary infrastructure that we see in this material world. Man has been described in different ways, sometimes as Homo sapien, the thinking entity. But at its root, man is Homo religiosus. Humans are looking for God. Humans are looking for sacred encounter. Even people who say that they're materialistic, even they are looking for something beyond just the profane of the world. And therefore, philosophers have told us the sacred is an element in the structure of human consciousness and not just a moment in the history of human consciousness. In other words, deep within us, we all desire the opportunity to encounter the sacred. And therefore, what you find is across the world there are religions. Across the world there are places of pilgrimage. Across the world there are different temples, mosques, churches where people go to try to meet God. This is not just a sociological phenomena. This tells us something deep about the human being. The famous Christian writer C.S. Lewis said, "If I find in myself a desire which no experience of this world can fulfill, I must conclude I was made for another world." So dear friends, we're made for another world. Everyone is looking for God. Take a look. Are we made for another world? Krishna says, yes. Natad bhashayate suryo na shashanko napavakaha. There is another realm where there is no need for the sun or the moon or electricity. That realm is self-illuminated, and that realm is the place where we can find our deepest desires fulfilled. And so, over the course of history, different religions have appeared in order to give human beings an opportunity to connect with that reality. Here I'll show you how religion has spread all over the world. Here in this animation is explaining Hinduism is the oldest religion. Of course, the dates that scholars give, we understand it to have far more antiquity than that. But still we can say 2500 BC, Hinduism is spreading from the Indus Valley and then moving throughout India and into the further eastern states. Then what happens about 500 BC is that Buddha appears. Of course, we know this is Krishna. And Buddhism spreads. There you see it through the Emperor Ashoka. Judaism had appeared much before, 2000 BC. But then gradually what happens is Christ comes. Christ is crucified. Christianity starts to spread. And then what happens 700 AD? Prophet Muhammad appears, 600 AD. Islam spreads like wildfire. During this time, you can see Christianity gradually spreading to the east. And then what you're going to see at about 1400, 1500 AD is what we call the Age of Discovery. And what happens when explorers go, the European explorers go to the Americas, Christianity spreads in North, South America. And like this, over time, all these different religions are spreading. Now what's happening here in this map is that it's just showing which religion is prominent in which place. Of course, all these religions are coexisting in different geographical areas. So now look at the whole world map. And apart from one small part of the world, you'll see that practically every single country in the world has been touched by religion. Why? Because man is homo religiosus. The sacred is an element of the consciousness, and until and unless you find God, until and unless you connect with God, nothing will make sense. You can have all the philosophy in the world, but if one has not met God, it will not make sense. Therefore, Krishna says, Aham sarvasya prabhavo mata sarvam pravartate iti matva bhajante mam buddha bhava samanvitaha. Every single religion is having what we call an origin story. Where did it all come from? And every origin story will tell you it came from God. The unmoved mover, the cause of all causes, the root of all existence, Ishvara, Parama, Krishna, the Brahma Samhita says. And so, we all, Krishna is saying to Arjuna and to each one of us, we all have the opportunity to meet God. Not meet God in theory, not meet God just because it's part of your tradition, but to meet God face to face, to have a real relationship, to have real reciprocation. And therefore, what Krishna is teaching Arjuna is that this is a spiritual science. There's a hypothesis that you are the soul, that there is a God, and that there are practices of yoga, and that you can develop divine love. And then there is an experiment. There is a process of devotional service. This process is systematic, it's tangible, and it's measurable. In other words, Krishna is saying, if you do this diligently, with commitment, you will see me face to face. And then Krishna is saying there's a conclusion, there's an observation, there is an internal experience. When you experience God, you won't need anyone to tell you, because you will feel it within your own consciousness. But externally, everyone will look at you and they'll realize this person is different. This person has been touched. This person has awakened something I have not awakened. Why? Because you'll be happy. Happy in a completely different way. Why? Because you'll have a character that shines. Why will people be able to recognize? Because you will have desires which are very different to what everyone else is chasing out there. And so Krishna tells Arjuna, you can see me. Everyone can see me because God is available. But who is spending the time? Who is giving themselves to the spiritual science? Who has taken up the process with seriousness and sincerity? Krishna says they will meet Ishvara. Here we are sitting in Bhaktivedanta Manor, donated by George Harrison. And what did George Harrison say? Everybody is looking for Krishna. Some don't realize they are, but they are. Krishna is God, the source of all that exists, the cause of all that is, was, or ever will be. As God is unlimited, He has many names. Allah, Buddha, Jehovah, Rama. All are Krishna. All are one. All you need is love. Krishna. Haribol. I think we should give a massive round of applause to George Harrison for his incredible service. So dear friends, we have been reciting the Bhagavad Gita, spoken from the mouth of Krishna. In the pages of the Bhagavad Gita and in the Mahabharata, not only does Krishna speak beautiful things, but you will see a conch next to Krishna's mouth. And Krishna of the Bhagavad Gita is the Krishna with a conch, because the conch represents victory. The conch represents conquest. And so what Krishna is teaching in the Bhagavad Gita is how to conquer your mind, how to conquer your ignorance, how to conquer over all your material desires. However, there's another Krishna. There is the Krishna who holds a conch, but then there is the Krishna who holds a flute. The goal is not just to conquer your mind. The goal is not just to conquer your desires. The goal is to be conquered by Krishna. The goal is to ultimately surrender to Krishna. The goal is to give your heart and mind to Krishna, and Krishna will give his heart and mind to you. And therefore, after the Bhagavad Gita, you have to read the Srimad Bhagavatam. Because in the Srimad Bhagavatam, you will hear Krishna who plays the flute. And when you hear, if you can hear Krishna's flute, then everything else is automatically resolved. Dear friends, I invite you to sit up straight. I invite you to close your eyes. I invite you now to step away from the battlefield of Kurukshetra, to step away from all the philosophy, and now to connect with Krishna, who plays the flute. Krishna's flute is an extension of his beauty. It is the most beautiful sound imaginable. Krishna can sing very beautifully, but it is the sound of his flute, not his voice, that echoes throughout the universe. The flute is the simplest of all musical instruments, a mere hollow stick, but it gives forth a clear, pure, simple sound that can ignite deep separation and intense excitement. The sound of Krishna's flute is more than a melody. It's a call to come to him. The call of Krishna's flute cares nothing for this world and its moral and social laws. Krishna's flute hijacks the heart and cannot be denied. By means of his flute, Krishna fills himself and the universe with bliss. The sound of his flute puts an abrupt end to man's mechanical, habitual activity, as well as to the predictable movements of nature. Krishna's flute incites the world to dance. The flute invites man to return to that carefree, magical world of his youth. Krishna is the master magician, ruling over the eternal playground, and his wand is the flute. Dear friends, may we hear Krishna's flute. Don't take Krishna just to be a mythological personality, a philosophical concept, a part of your culture or tradition. Understand that Krishna is in your heart. And if you turn to him, he'll turn to you. So today we've spoken so much philosophy, serious philosophy. Maybe some of the things I said were strong. Maybe some of the things you saw were shocking. Maybe some of it got you to think. And maybe some of it felt like, I'm not ready for this. Whatever it may be, I invite you every single day to open your heart to Krishna's flute, because Krishna's flute is very charming. And I'll leave you with one final fact. Today we've discussed a lot of philosophy, and it's said that the father of Western philosophy was Socrates, the Greek philosopher. Socrates had a disciple, Plato, and Plato had a disciple, Aristotle. These three are considered the philosophers extraordinaire. Plato wrote a book called The Republic. And in this book, he explains the perfect society. In his book, he describes many things about the perfect society. But you know one interesting thing? He bans certain things in the Republic. And he bans certain instruments in the Republic. And you want to know what instrument Plato bans in the Republic? The flute. Because he said there's something about the flute that when people hear it, they may just lose all of their intelligence. Krishna's flute, even Plato understood, is powerful. But you want to know one other interesting thing? When Plato was leaving the world, he called, legend has it, he called one of his assistants and said, bring someone with a flute. I want to hear the flute. So Krishna says, Ishvara, I'm controlling everything. But more than that, I'm your best friend. And connect. Talk to me. Serve me. And I will connect with you. I will talk to you. and I will serve you. Simple as that. All philosophy stops there. So this is the puzzle that Krishna has now put together. You can see everything here. It began with jigyasa, curiosity to understand meaning. And through the systematic presentation of the Gita, Krishna has explained everything. And finally, he ends by inviting all of us to enter into a tangible, real, face-to-face relationship with him. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Are we ready for the home stretch? Yes? Okay. Chapter 16, the divine and demoniac natures. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Abhayam Sattva Samshuddhir Jnana Yoga Vyavasthitihi Dhanam Damascha Yagyascha Svadhyayastapa Arjavam Ahimsa Satyam Akrodhas Tyaga Shantir Apaishunam Daya Bhutvesha Loluptvam Madhavam Hrir Achapalam Teja Kshama Dhriti Shaucham Arodho Naimanita Bhavanti Sampadam Devim Abhijatasya Bharata Dambho Darpo Bhimanascha Krodha Parushyameva Ajnanam Chabhijatasya Patha Sampadamasurim Devi Sampad Vimokshaya Nibadaya Surimata Mashucha Sampadam Devim Abhijatosi Pandava Dvau Bhuta Sargolokesmin Deva Asura Evacha Devo Vistarasha Prokta Asuram Parthameshunu Pravritim cha Nivritim cha Janana Vidurasura Na Shaucham Napi Chacharo Na Satyam Teshu Vidyate Asatyam Apratishtam Te Jagat Ahu Anishwaram Aparaspara Sambhutam Kim Anyat Kama Haitukam Etam Drishtim Avashtabhya Nashtatmanolpa Buddhayah Prabhavantyugra Karmana Kshayaya Jagato Hitaha Kamamashritya Duspuram Dambhamana Madanvita Mohat Grihitva Sadgrahan Pravartante Shuchivrata Chintam Aparimeyam Cha Pralayantam Upashrita Kamopabhoga Parama Etavad Iti Nishchita Asha Pasha Shater Baddha Kama Krodha Parayana Ihante Kama Bhogartham Anyayenartha Sanchayam Adya Maya Labdham Imam Prapsye Manoratham Idam Astidam Api Me Bhavishyati Punardhanam Aso Maya Hata Shatrur Hanishye Chaparam Api Ishvaroham Aham Bhogi Siddhoham Balavan Sukhi Adyo Bhijanavanasmi Konyosti Sadrisho Maya Yakshya Dasyami Modishya Ityajnana Vimohita Aneka Chitta Vibranta Mohajala Samavrita Prakahata Kama Bhogeshu Patanti Narakeshu Cho Atma Sambhavita Stabda Dhana Mana Madanvita Yajante Nama Yagyeste Dambhaina Vidhi Purvakam Ahankaram Balam Darpam Kamam Krodam Cha Samshrita Mam Atma Paradeheshu प्रद्विषन्तोऽभ्यसूयकः तानहं द्विषिता क्रूरान् संसारेषु नराधमान् क्षिपां यजस्रम् अशुभान् आसुरिष्वेव योनिषु आसुरीं योनिमापन्ना मूढजन्मनि जन्मनि मां प्राप्यैव कौन्तेय ततो यान्तधमं भृतं त्रिविधं नरकास्येदं द्वारं नाशनमात्मनः कामक्रोधस्तथा लोभस्तस्माद् एतत्त्रयं त्यजेत् एतैर्विमुक्तकौन्तेय तमोद्वारे स्त्रिभिर्नरः अच्छरन्त्यात्मनः श्रेयस्ततो याति परां गतिं यः शास्त्रविधिमुत्सृज्य वर्तते कामकारतः न स सिद्धिमवाप्नोति न सुखं न परां गतिं तस्मात् शास्त्रं प्रमाणं ते कार्याकार्यव्यवस्थितो ज्ञात्वा शास्त्रविधानोक्तं कर्म कर्तुम् इहार्हसि। सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे दैवासुरसम्पादविभागयोगो नाम षोडशोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्णा Chapter 17, the divisions of faith. Arjuna uvacha ye shastravidhimutsrijya yajante shraddhayanvita tesam nishtatu ka Krishna sattvam aho rajastamaha. Shri Bhagavan uvacha trividha bhavati shraddha dehinam sa swabhavaja satviki rajasi chaiva तामसी चेति ताम सुनो सत्वानुरूप सर्वस्य श्रद्धा भवति भारत श्रद्धामयोऽयं पुरुषो यो यच्छ्रद्धा स एव सः अन्ते सात्विका देवान् यक्ष राक्षांसि राजसा प्रेतान् भूतगणांश्चान्ये यजन्ते तामसा जना अशास्त्रविहितं घोरं तप्यन्ते ये तपोजना दम्भाहंकारसंयुक्ता कामरागबलान्विता कर्षयन्तः शरीरस्थं भूतग्रामम् अचेतसः मां चैवान्तशरीरस्थं तान् विद्यासुरनिश्चयान् आहारस्त्वपि सर्वस्य त्रिविधो भवति प्रियः यज्ञस्तपस्तथा दानं तेषां भेदम् इमं शृणु आयुसत्त्वबलारोग्य सुखप्रीतिविवर्धना रस्य स्निग्धस्थिरहृद्या आहार सात्विकप्रियः कट्वं ललवनात्युष्ण तीक्ष्णरुक्षविदधिनः आहार राजसश्रेष्ठ दुःखशोकामयप्रदा यातायामं गतारसं पूतिपर्युषितं च यत् उच्छिष्टमापि चामेड्यं भोजनं तामसप्रियम् अफलाकाङ्क्षिभिर्यज्ञो विधिदिष्टो य युज्यते यष्टव्यमेवेति मनः समाधाय च सात्विकः अभिसन्ध्याय तु फलं दम्भार्थम् अपि चैव यत् ते भरतश्रेष्ठ तं यज्ञां विद्धि राजसं विधिहीनम् अशिष्टनं मन्त्रहीनम् अदक्षिणं श्रद्धाविरहितं यज्ञं तामसं परिचक्षते देवद्विज गुरुप्रज्ञा पूजनं शौचमार्जवं ब्रह्मचर्यमहिंसा च शरीरं तप उच्यते अनुद्वेगकरं वाक्यं सत्यं प्रियहितं च यत् स्वाध्यायाभ्यासनं चैव वाङ्मयं तप उच्यते मनः प्रसाद सौम्यत्वं मौनम् आत्मविनिग्रहः भावसंशुद्धिरित्येतत् तपो मानसमुच्यते त्रिविधं नरै अफलाकाङ्क्षिभिर्युक्ते सात्विकं परिचक्षते सत्कारमानपूजार्थं तपोदम्भेन चैव यत् क्रियते तद् इह प्रोक्तं राजसं चलमध्रुवं मूढग्रहेणात्मनो यत् पीडया क्रियते तपः परस्योत्सादनार्थं वा तत्तामसम् उदारितं दातव्यमिति यद्दानं दीयतेनुपकारिणे देशकाले च पात्रे च तद्दानं सात्विकं स्मृतं यत्तु प्रत्युपकारार्थं फलम् उद्दिश्य वा पुनः दीयते च परिक्लिष्टं तद्दानं राजसं स्मृतम् अदेशकाले यद्दानम् अपात्रेभ्यश्च दीयते असत्कृतम् अवज्ञातं तत्तामसम् उदारितम् ॐ तत्सद् इति निर्देशो ब्राह्मणस्त्रिविधः स्मृता ब्राह्मणस्तेन वेदश्च यज्ञश्च विहितः पुरा तस्मादोम्यत्तुदाहृत्या यज्ञदानतपक्रिया प्रवर्तन्ते विधानोक्ता सततं ब्रह्मवादिनां तद्दित्यनाभिसन्धाय फलं यज्ञतपक्रिया दानक्रियाश्च विविधा क्रियन्ते मोक्षकाङ्क्षिभिः सद्भावे साधुभावे च सद्दित्येतत् प्रयुज्यते प्रशस्ते कर्मणि तथा सच्छब्दपार्थयुज्यते यज्ञे तपसि दाने च स्थितिः सद् इति चोच्यते कर्म चैव तदर्थीयं सद् इत्येवाभिधीयते अश्रद्धाय हुतं दत्तं स्तब्धं कृतं च यत् असद् इत्युच्यते पार्थ न च तत्प्रेत्य नो इह ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे श्रद्धात्रयविभागयोगो नाम सप्तदशोऽध्यायः ॐ हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा Chapter 18, Conclusion, the perfection of renunciation. Arjuna uvacha sannyasasya mahabaho tattvam ichhami veditum tyagasya cha rishikesha prithak keshi nishudana. Shri Bhagavan uvacha kamyanam karmanam nyasam sannyasam kavayo viduhu sarvakarma phalatyagam prahustyagam vichakshana tyajam dosha vidityeke karma prahurmanishinaha yagyadana tapakarma nyatyajam iti chapare nischayam shrinu me tatra tyage bharata sattama tyago hi purusha vyakra त्रिवृदा संप्रकीर्तितः यज्ञदान तपकर्मा न त्याज्यं कार्यमेव तत् यज्ञदानं तपश्चैव पावनानि मनीषिणाम् एतान्यपि तु कर्माणि संगं त्यक्त्वा फलानि च कर्तव्यानीति मे पार्थ निश्चितं मतमुत्तमम् कर्मणो नोपपद्यते मोहात् तस्य परित्यागस्तामस परिकीर्तितः दुःखमित्येव यत्कर्म कायक्लेशभयात् त्यजेत् स कृत्वा राजसं त्यागं नैव त्यागफलं लभेत् कार्यमित्येव यत्कर्म नियतं क्रियतेऽर्जुन संगं त्यक्त्वा फलं चैव स त्याग सात्विको मतः न द्वेष्ट्य कुशलं कर्म कुशलेनानुसज्जते त्यागी सत्व समाविष्टो मेधवी छिन्न संशयः तुम कर्मण्यशेषतः यस्तु कर्मफलत्यागी स त्यागित्यभिधीयते अनिष्टमिष्टं मिश्रं च त्रिविधं कर्म न फलं भवत्यत्यागिनां प्रेत्य न तु सन्न्यासिनां क्वचित् पञ्चैतानि महाबाहो कारणानि निबोध मे संख्ये कृतान्ते प्रोक्तानि सिद्धये सर्वकारणम् अधिष्ठानं तथा कर्ता करणं च पृथग्विधं विविधश्च पृथक् चेष्टा दैवं चैवात्र पञ्चमं शरीरवान् मनोभिर्यत् कर्म प्रारभते नरः न्यायं वा विपरीतं वा पञ्चैते तस्य हेतवः तत्रैवं सति कर्तारम् आत्मानं केवलं तु यः पश्यत्यकृतबुद्धित्वान् न स पश्यति दुर्मतिः यस्य नाहङ्कृतो भावो बुद्धिर्यस्य न लिप्यते हत्वापि सा इमाल्लोकान् न हन्ति न निबध्यते ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं विज्ञाता त्रिविधा कर्म चोदना करणं कर्म कर्तेति त्रिविधा कर्म संग्रह ज्ञानं कर्म च कर्ता च त्रिदैव गुणभेदतः प्रोच्यते गुणसंख्याने यथा वाच्छृणुतान्यपि सर्वभूतेषु येनैकं भावम् अव्ययमीक्षते अविभक्तं विभक्तेषु तज्ज्ञानं विद्धि सात्विकं पृथक्त्वेन तु यज्ज्ञानं नानाभावान् पृथग्विधान् वेत्ति सर्वेषु भूतेषु तज्ज्ञानं विद्धि राजसं यत्तु कृत्स्नवदेकस्मिन् कार्ये शब्दम् अहेतुकम् अतत्त्वार्थवदल्पं च तत्तामसम् उदारितं नियतं सङ्गरहितम् अरागद्वेषतः कृतम् अफलाप्रेप्सुना कर्म यत्तत् सात्विकमुच्यते यत्तु कामेप्सुना कर्म साहङ्कारेण वा पुनः क्रियते बहुलायासं तद्राजसम् उदारितम् क्षयं हिंसम् अनपेक्ष्य च पौरुषं मोहादारभ्यते कर्म यत्तत् तामसमुच्यते मुक्तसङ्गो नहंवादी धृत्युत्साहः समान्वितः सिद्ध्यसिद्ध्योर्निर्विकार कर्ता सात्विक उच्यते रागी कर्म फलप्रेप्सुर्लुब्धो हिंसात्मको शुचिः हर्षशोकान्वितः कर्ता राजस परिकीर्तितः अयुक्त प्राकृतस्तब्ध शतो नैष्कृतिकोलसः विषादी दीर्घसूत्री च कर्ता तामस उच्यते बुद्धेर्भेदं धृतिश्चैव गुणतस्त्रिविधं शृणु प्रोच्यमानमशेषेण पृथक्त्वेन धनञ्जय प्रवृत्तिं च निवृत्तिं च कार्याकार्ये भयाभये बन्धं मोक्षं च यायति बुद्धि सपार्थ सात्विकी यया धर्मम् अधर्मं च कार्यं चाकार्यमेव च अयथावत् प्रजानाति बुद्धि सपार्थ राजसी अधर्मं धर्मम् इति या मन्यते तमसावृता सर्वार्थान् विपरीतांश्च बुद्धि सपार्थ तामसी तृतीया धारयते मन प्राणेन्द्रियक्रिया योगेन व्यभिचारिण्या धृति सपार्थ सात्विकी यया तु धर्मकामार्थं धृत्या धारयतेऽर्जुन प्रसंगेन फलाकांक्षी धृति सपार्थ राजसी यया स्वप्नं भयं शोकं विषादं मदमेव च न विमुञ्चति दुरामेधा धृति सपार्थ तामसी सुखं त्विदानीं त्रिविधं शृणु मे भरतर्षभा अभ्यासाद् रमते यत्र दुःखान्तं च निगच्छति विषम् इव परिणामे मृतोपमं तत्सुखं सात्विकं प्रोक्तम् आत्मबुद्धिप्रसादजं विषयेन्द्रियसंयोगाद् यत्तत् अग्रे मृतोपमं परिणामे विषम् इव तत्सुखं राजसंस्मृतं यदग्रे चानुबन्धे च सुखं मोहनमात्मनः निद्रालस्य प्रमादोत्थं तत्तामसम् उदारितं न तदस्ति पृथिव्यां वा दिवि देवेषु वा पुनः सत्वं प्रकृतिजैर्मुक्तं यत् एभिः स्यात् त्रिभिर्गुणैः ब्रह्मणः क्षत्रियाविषं शूद्राणां च परन्तप कर्माणि प्रविभक्तानि स्वभावप्रभवैर्गुणैः शमोदमस्तपः शौचं शान्तिरार्जवमेव च ज्ञानं विज्ञानमास्तिक्यं ब्रह्मकर्म स्वभावजं शौर्यं तेजो धृतिर्दाक्ष्यं युद्धे चाप्यपलायनं दानम् ईश्वरभावश्च क्षात्रं कर्म स्वभावजं कृषिगोरक्ष्यवाणिज्यं वैश्यकर्म स्वभावजं परिचर्यात्मकं कर्म शूद्रयापि प्रभावजं स्वे स्वे कर्मण्यभितरः संसिद्धिं लभ्यते नरः स्वकर्मनिरतः सिद्धिं यथा विन्दति तच्छृणु यत प्रवृत्तिर्भूतानां येन सर्वम् इदं ततं स्वकर्मणा तमभ्यर्च्य सिद्धिं विन्दति मानवः श्रेयान् स्वधर्मो विगुणः परधर्मात् स्वनुष्ठितात् स्वभावनियतं कर्म सहजं कर्म कौन्तेय सदोषम् अपि न त्यजेत् सर्वारम्भा हि दोषेण धूमेनाग्निरिवावृता असक्तबुद्धिः सर्वत्र चितात्मा विगतस्पृहा नैष्कर्म्य सिद्धिं परमां सन्न्यासेनाधिगच्छति सिद्धिं प्राप्तो ब्रह्म तथाप्नोति निबोध मे समासेनैव कौन्तेय निष्ठा ज्ञानस्य या परा बुद्ध्या विशुद्धया युक्तो धृत्यात्मानं नियम्य च शब्दादीन् विषयान् त्यक्त्वा रागद्वेषो व्युदस्य च विविक्तसेवी लघ्वासी यत वाक्कायमानसः ध्यानयोगपरो नित्यं वैराग्यं समुपश्रितः अहङ्कारं बलं दर्पं कामं क्रोधं परिग्रहं विमुच्य निर्ममः शान्तो ब्रह्मभूयाय कल्पते ब्रह्मभूतप्रसन्नात्मा न शोचति न काङ्क्षति समः सर्वेषु भूतेषु मद्भक्तिं लभते परां भक्त्या मामभिजानाति यावान् यश्चास्मि तत्त्वतः ततो मां तत्त्वतो ज्ञात्वा विशते तदनन्तरं सर्वकर्माण्यपि सदा कुर्वाणो मद्व्यपाश्रयः मत्प्रसादादवाप्नोति शाश्वतं पदमव्ययं चेतसा सर्वकर्माणि मयि सन्न्यस्य मत्परः बुद्धियोगम् उपाश्रित्य मच्चित्तः सततं भव मच्चित्तः सर्वदुर्गाणि मत्प्रसादात् तरिष्यसि अथ चेत्त्वम् अहङ्कारान् न श्रोष्यसि विनक्ष्यसि यद् अहङ्कारम् आश्रित्य न योत्स्या इति मन्यसे मिथ्यैषा व्यवसायस्ते प्रकृतिस्त्वां नियोक्ष्यति येन कौन्तेय निबद्धस्वेन कामना कर्तुं नेच्छसि यन्मोहात् करिष्यस्यवशोऽपि तत् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां हृद्देशेऽर्जुन तिष्ठति भ्रामयन् सर्वभूतानि यन्त्रारूढानि मायया तम् एव शरणं गच्छ सर्वभावेन भारत तत्प्रसादात् परं शान्तिं स्थानं प्राप्स्यसि शाश्वतम् इति ज्ञानम् आख्यातं गुह्यात् गुह्यतरं मया विमृश्यैतदशेषेण यथेच्छासि तथा कुरु सर्वगुह्यातमं भूय शृणु मे परमं वच इष्टोऽसि मे दृढम् इति ततो वक्ष्यामि ते हितं मन्मना भव मद्भक्तो मद्याजी मां नमस्कुरु मामे वेश्यसि सत्यं ते प्रतिजाने पियोसि मे सर्वधर्मान् परित्यज्य मामेकं शरणं व्रज अहं त्वां सर्वपापेभ्यो मोक्षयिष्यामि मा शुचा इदं ते न तपस्काय न भक्ताय कदाचन न चाशुश्रूषवे वाच्यं न च मां योऽभ्यसूयते य इदं परमं गुह्यं मग्धस्वेषभिधास्यति भक्तिं मयि परं कृत्वा मामवेश्यत् असंशयः न च तस्मान् मनुष्येषु कश्चिन्मे क्रियकृत्तमः भविता न च मे तस्माद् अन्यप्रियतरो भुवि अध्येष्यते च य इमं धर्म्यं संवादमावनो ज्ञानयज्ञेन तेनाहम् इष्टः स्वयम् इति मे मतिः श्रद्धवान् अनसूयश्च शृणुयाद् अपि यो नरः सोऽपि मुक्तः शुभालोकान् प्राप्नुयात् पुण्यकर्मणां कच्चिदेतत् श्रुतं पार्थ त्वयैकाग्रेण चेतसा कच्चिदज्ञानसम्मोहः प्रनस्तस्ते धनञ्जय अर्जुन उवाच नष्टमोहः स्मृतिर्लब्धा त्वत्प्रसादान्मयाच्युता स्थितोऽस्मि गतसन्देहः करिष्ये वचनं मम सञ्जय उवाच इत्यहं वासुदेवस्य पार्थस्य च महात्मनः संवादमिमम् अश्रौषम् अद्भुतं रोमहर्षणं व्यासप्रसादात् श्रुतवान् एतद्गुह्यम् अहं परं योगं योगेश्वरात् कृष्णात् साक्षात् कथयत स्वयं राजहंसं संस्मृत्य संवादमिदमुत्तमम् एषवार्जुनयो पुण्यं हृष्यामि च मुहुर्मुहुः तत्संस्मृत्य रूपम् अत्यद्भुतं हरे विस्मयो मे मान् राजन् हृष्यामि च पुनः पुनः यत्र योगेश्वरः कृष्णो यत्र पार्थो धनुर्धरः तत्र श्रीविजयो भूतिर्ध्रुवनीतिर्मतिर्मम ॐ तत्सद् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे मोक्षयोगो नाम अष्टादशोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Round of applause for Radha Govinda Prabhu ki jai. And another round of applause for all of you for completing the whole Bhagavad Gita. Wonderful, wonderful. How do you feel? Good? Ready to do it again? Ribo. So just a few final comments. I know you're all itching to get up. The first and most important question, did any of you go to sleep? Louder? No. Okay. Krishna, you heard these guys. Let me go back. Thank you so much. We've gone on a little bit of a journey here today. The journey begins with jigyasa. We must have questions. And the ultimate question that we all need to ask is, what is my meaning? Don't think that your goals in life are your meaning. Your goals in life, your success in life can be utilized towards your meaning. So, what is your meaning? What's the first thing that Krishna tells Arjuna? The first piece of the puzzle in order to answer the question, what is your meaning? What's the first question you have to answer? Oh my God. Louder. Who am I? Yes, the first topic of the Bhagavad Gita is the jiva. So when you wake up in the morning, remind yourself, I have nothing to do with this world, with this body. I'm a spirit, soul, and eternal. Spiritual being, separate from the materiality. What is the next question that we have to answer in order to understand meaning? Where am I? Where am I? This is the material world, my friend. And the material world is full of beauty and brutality. And when you see the imperfection of the world, understand it all has a purpose. So we're spiritual beings, we're in the material world. What's the next question we have to answer? Karma, why am I here? What am I supposed to do? What is the kind of way in which I should act in such a way that it won't implicate me, but rather it will elevate me? But we also need to know, how long am I here for? How much time do I have on the clock? Will I make it to 60, 70, 80? Will I be as beautiful as the Swami at 90? How long are we here for? But remember, all of this, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't satisfy the heart until you answer the question, what is beyond all of this? Dear friends, there's something beyond all of this. Don't take the illusion too seriously. There's something much greater that we're all meant for. You all are sitting here, you have so many questions, you have so many dilemmas in your life, you have challenging situations. You don't need to go anywhere. The only place you need to go to is the Gita. Because if you deeply understand these 5 things, you can answer any question in your life. There was a reason you came here today. Do you agree? There was a reason you came here today. I'm going to call my friend, Rick. Do you want him to come back on stage? He's going to do one last experiment with us, an experiment of truth. Give him a round of applause.
Hare Krishna. Well, so one final experiment. So here's what we're going to do. See, numbers are etched into the very fabric of time and space. In fact, time, place, and circumstance are significant. And I want you to remember that. So for this effect, I'm going to need everyone to pull their phones out. All day you've been told to put your phones away, keep them aside. No, now I'm saying take them out, right? So I'll give you a minute to do that. While you're doing that, if you're watching at home, you can also follow along to this and see the magic happen exactly in your living room. So I'll need a few volunteers if you've got the Bhagavad Gita with you. So you can just stay right there, actually. I just need you to, I need 3. So yourself, perhaps yourself, and somebody over this side. Anybody? You got Bhagavad Gita? Okay, yourself as well. So we've got 3 people. Brilliant. Okay, so have you got your phones ready? You got the calculator up on your phone, please? Because we're going to do a calculation. It's an experiment of maths. And I'll do the same, so we can all do it together. Right, so here we go. So what I'd like to do, the first person, if you could flick through your Bhagavad Gita and just choose any page you want. Yep, what's the page? 596. So everybody put 596 in your calculator. Then press multiply. Now, the next person, 203. So we're going to put 203. So it's 596 multiplied by 203. And then press equals. And you should get 120,988. One more person. You've got a page number there? 67. So we're going to multiply by 67, right? And then press equals. And you'll have this long number, about 8 million, right? Now, Maharaj, what I'd like you to do, we're going to now press plus, right? So you've got this 8 million number, press plus. You're going to, without looking, follow your intuition, just tap the numbers at the bottom. Just tap away. Like that, that's it. I'll tell you if there's enough. There's quite a lot of numbers there. Okay, you're going to have to follow this. So the number you're going to add is 27041452448. Got it? Press equals. And you've got this crazy long number. But if you turn the phone to your side, you'll see something amazing has happened. The first 4 digits represent the date, 27th of December, 2025. The last 4 digits, 1444, is the time, exactly right now. So you're all exactly where you're supposed to be. Where you're supposed to be. Right here, right now. So, Maharaj, I mean, like, what does that mean? They've got all the knowledge, the right time, place, circumstance. They need to take it from here, right? What do?
I think this guy needs another round of applause. Dear friends, 27th of December, 2025, 1444. You are meant to be here. It's not just by chance. Krishna is the Ishvara Parama Krishna. He's controlling everything. So don't think that you made a decision to come here today. It was all done by Krishna's direction. You are meant to hear all of this. But not just hear it. You're meant to do something with it. Dear friends, when you wake up in the morning, remind yourself of these things. Every year, the team works so hard to put this event on. It's not just for entertainment. It's meant to make your life better. It's meant to make your life more beautiful. It's meant to help you see Krishna in everything. But we have to do our part. We have to connect it all together. And then we have to connect with Krishna. So this was Arjuna at the beginning of the Gita. And after hearing everything that Krishna said, the 5 pieces of the puzzle, he got his meaning back. Gandivam, he held his bow again. And he knew what he had to do. He said to Krishna, Moha Smriti Labdha Tvat prasadan maya chuta stitos migata sandeha karishye vachanam tava. We have to reconnect with the Gita every single day. So this is Gita Jayanti, but please don't stop here. How much can we explain to you in a few minutes? The Gita has been studied for generations. The Gita has been studied by the greatest minds. You tell me what has lasted 5,000 years that people still pick it up and it transforms their life. The Gita is the greatest gift. But we take it for granted. We leave it on our shelves. It's in our home. Maybe even some of us recite it. But how many of us deeply understand what Krishna is saying and live it in our life? Today is just the beginning. And we invite all of you to come to Bhaktivedanta Manor and learn the Gita. How many of you in this room have been to a Bhagavad Gita course at the Manor? Look around. That's less than 5%. The Bhagavad Gita courses at the Manor will take you 10 sessions. 10 sessions of 1 hour, 1.5 hours, 2 hours. You can do it online. You can come in person. We have courses for the kids. It's done on a weekend. We're trying to make it really easy for all of you. All we're asking you to do is take a step forward, 2026 is coming. Dear friends, 25 years of this millennium have already passed. Time is moving on. And we all have the opportunity to study the Gita, to transform our lives. So our humble request is, please scan this in. If you like what we've done today, if you find some value, please don't stop. Please continue the journey. Because if you learn this, everything else will be beautiful. So please, 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 it's my humble request. I'm not good at business. I mean, clearly. I'm not a businessman. I don't know how to sell you anything. I don't know what line will work. I can only speak from my heart and tell you, I read the Bhagavad Gita when I was 15 years old, and over 30 years later, I'm still reading it, and it's fascinating me. It's answering every single question. My only humble request is, don't take it for granted, and don't be satisfied with just coming once a year or reciting it. Learn it. If someone comes to you and asks you, what does Krishna say in the Bhagavad Gita? You should be able to explain it to them. Some of you are parents. If your child was to come to you and say, can you tell me what Krishna says in the Gita? Would you be able to explain it? This is the most valuable knowledge. So please, 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 my humble request is, please take it seriously. Please scan in. Please join a course. We've done so many things in our life. Only 5% of you have done a course at the Manor. That should be way more. So please take it seriously. Take advantage. Remember, the Gita is not just inspiring. It's not just educational. It's not just poetically beautiful. You can't live without the Gita. It's the ultimate life companion. So that's my little sales pitch from a failed salesman. And I hope that you'll listen beyond my words and hear my heart and say, this is our gift to you. Please take advantage. Hare Krishna.
स्वयं भगवान केशव स्वामी महाराज की जय, गीता जयंती महामहोत्सव की जय, श्री भक्तिवेदांत मानर धाम की जय. If I can ask everyone to please remain seated. The yajna is not complete. You have two things, two very important parts of the yajna. Please take a deep breath. First is Shama Pratna, which means you've done the yajna. It's very nice to give someone something, but it is up to the recipient to accept or not to accept. Yes? So we've done this ceremony, we've done this sacrifice, this yajna for Krishna. Now you have to offer it to Krishna, request him to accept. That is called Kshama Pratna. And the second is Dhanyavad. Thanks to all of those who have made this yajna of yours possible today. Okay? So, firstly, our heartfelt, with full gratitude and appreciation, can we put our hands together and thank our very own, very dear Swayam Bhagavan Keshav Maharaj. Keshav Maharaj will only be here for a very small interval. He will be going back to Harvard, where he is a research fellow and studying further theology and philosophy in the Divinity School at Harvard University. He was handpicked, full scholarship provided so that he could do and be one of those fellows there. So amazing things are happening for Maharaj, and Maharaj is a person who likes to share all those amazing things. He is working, he's done various books we've been reading through the years. He's got a book table outside which you can all take advantage of, but Maharaj also is working on 2 new books. So we look forward to that, Maharaj. Thank you so much for taking your valuable time and being with us today. I hope all of the devotees are full of appreciation and really looking forward to hearing more, and more. Now, if you want Maharaj to be here next year for Gita Jayanti, if you want Maharaj to be here for Gita Jayanti, you got to give a rip-roaring round of applause. Thank you. Hopefully that should be enough pressure for Maharaj. We want to thank our reciters. We want to thank our priests. We want to thank the children of Krishna Club who were really showing us the light as they did the recitation. We want to thank all those who made this event possible, the car park devotees, the registration, the unending hours in the office, our IT team at the back, at the top, not in the back, but at the top there, who tirelessly made all the graphics work. Yogi Prabhu and team, you know, these screens, the demand of Maharaj, but you can see the IMAX effect. You feel like you're in a cinema here. We want to really thank our kitchen, because now the plate puja is going to start, and we've made a sumptuous meal for everyone, so we really open our hearts to all of them. Just a couple of announcements now. The temple here is not only for events. Please don't come to the temple only for events. As you can see, it is nourishing our old journeys. From wherever we start off in our spiritual life, the temple is a place of learning. But that's not where it ends. A place for service. You can offer back to Krishna, offer back to the community. And the temple is a place for community. A very powerful aspect of this temple, Srila Prabhupada used to say, a home where everyone can live. Hare Krishna. Next, something again we would like to extend out towards all of you to take advantage of. Every month we have one Sunday which is called the Maha morning program. The first date is the Sunday, 11th of January. 11th of January, the second Sunday, we give you one off. The 11th, we want you here from 4:30 in the morning all the way to 9 a.m. and then concluding with a nice, heavy breakfast. So that's the Maha morning program. That will happen every month on a chosen Sunday, but this one is for your diary now. 7th. Then, as I reminded you before, be a monk. Take up the challenge. Think like a monk. Think like a person, a soldier. Take up the challenge. Be a monk for a week. Now, we want to make sure that this Purna Huti can happen in the most easy and convenient way possible. So we're going to ask the devotees here to please move back as you put up the barriers. We ask everyone to please fold their hands. We'll be chanting the Prayaschitta Homa prayers, seeking forgiveness for any shortcomings that there may have been in this Homa, in this ceremony here. Please fold your hands, everyone. Om Aparada Sahasrani Kriyante Harnishammaya Dasoham iti mammatva Shamasva Madhusudhanaha Pratigya Tava Govinda Name Bhakta Pranashyati Iti Samsmritya Pranan Samdharayamyaham Om Shishukrovacha Kutastat-karma Vaishamimesya Karmeshwaro Bhavan Yagyeshu Yagya Purusha Sarva Bhavena Pujitaha Mantratas Tantratas Shidram Deshakalara Vastutaha Sarvam Karotu Nishidram Anusankirtanam Tava. Together, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So please repeat after me. Om Namo Brahmanya Devaya Go Brahmana Hitaya Cha Jagad Dhitaya Krishnaya Govindaya Namo Namaha. Om Purnamadaha Purnamidam Purnat Purnam Udachyate Purnasya Purnam Adhaya Purnam Eva Vashishyate. Everyone, very loudly we say Swaha. Swaha idam Shri Govindaya idam namamaha. We'll be asking you to please come in an orderly fashion. There's a queue here. You will get some Havan Samagri. You can come forward, offer your grains into the fire. You will get some prasad from the Havan Kund. You will then get tilak from the Havan Kund.